everybody. Welcome to another broadcast. Another Easter egg for the people who are watching from video, because, like I said, no one's going to be live, or no one's going to be here when I actually go live in the beginning. So this is just a little Easter egg for the people who do watch videos. Anyways, it feels like a Mr. Rogers kind of opening, except with a far less skilled instrumental. Hello, guys. Another day, another stream. I wasn't planning to stream today, but I was out with my family, and I think I figured out what the bug was yesterday. Either way, I was trying to disconnect from coding and all this kind of stuff, and it seems that I have failed to do that, because even at the zoo, I'm debugging a little bit in my brain. But we're going to do a little short stream today. I'm going to try to keep it short. I don't know, maybe an hour or two, 3 hours max, hopefully. And I'm just going to try to dive deep into it, try to get some stuff done, see where we go from there. And yeah, I have the CD radio again today, so we'll be resuming using CD mixtapes. Today's I'm going to start with more energetic video game music, and then we're going to start going disc by disc. Anywho, that's a game plan for today. We're going to see if we actually stick the landing this time around. If this works, that means that if the fix I have in mind works here, then we were literally 99.9% of the way there yesterday. Like last night, in my tired, exhausted state, we were actually really close to having having this implementation work. I don't say final because this implementation is actually not very clean, or at least there's some duplicates of responsibility that we can just kind of simplify in other places. But that's neither here nor there. So I'm just going to try. We're going to press play here. And please start from the beginning. You can't be doing this to me, man. Okay, here we go. We're gonna start with my favorite jam. My favorite jam. I need that jam. Yeah, I just need some good. My favorite really kind of song from Penny's Big Breakaway. So we have some jams. We're gonna get back to implementing this thing. I think I have this solution in my mind. I think it's just a matter of changing when things get updated. I think there's some things I set here that actually need to be set in other places. So these things, for example, need to be set per frame. And what else needs to be set? I think that's about it. And then maybe the local to world matrix is the wrong one, but we'll figure that out. But at least the camera projection matrix for sure needs to be updated. So we're going to be hoping that fixes things. Instance. Such a good soundtrack, man. I normally keep these streams kind of low key, but we're going to start high energy for me. We're going to keep this high energy for myself, just to power through. And then we'll mellow out throughout the rest of this. Okay. So far, trees. Yeah, nothing is working here. So I'm kind of curious about something. I'm kind of curious about one thing. Citizen, hey bro, what's going on? Hello, how are you doing today? I'm doing well, Diego. Your voice is super calming, bro. Thank you, Ashley. Do you need a hyped EDM song to play? To play the game, or just to do some stuff? This music I'm playing is mostly for me, though I'm not sure that would quantify as hype EDM. Hey, I'm new to the channel. What's the scripting? We're coding some C# and HLSL graphic stuff. Right now we're trying to make a post-render effect where things like this, for example, don't get affected by fog that we just ignore those things and don't subject them to fog. So that's the goal here. That's the goal of what I'm trying to do. But now I'm kind of curious about what the output of this shader is. So we're going to be doing a little bit of inspection here. Maybe even return this ignore fog value. Just to see what is even being drawn to the screen. And it's just pure black. Okay, cool. Let's see if we can try changing some of this. So I'll get rid of this return. And maybe my matrix is just wrong. My matrix calculation here is incorrecto. It's okay, happens to the best of us. C#. Cool game you're making. Thank you, Rami. Yeah, Anifolds, I saw that comment. You can retract it. I saw it. But your answer, your question's been answered. You should play Geometry Dash. Really? I've seen some stuff for it, but I do enjoy a fair bit of rhythm games. You only know C# or no other languages? Oh, plenty of other languages. Yeah. I think most languages, like, if you have some basic foundations of programming, a lot of that stuff would translate over. I think the only language that doesn't have a lot of that stuff is Rust, because Rust has its own borrow checker feature that dictates how you handle references to objects and lifetimes and all that kind of stuff, which is pretty significantly different compared to other languages like C, C++, or garbage collected languages. But aside from that, it's not that bad. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Is it world to local matrix? We do this not because it's easy, but we do it because we thought it would be easy. I'm gonna boost my radio up a little bit. That kind of display, because why not? It's great. It's a great display. It's a great, fantastic display. How can you not live life using a display like this? Okay, we're gonna do something here as well, because I don't wanna. I'm gonna just be using not debug values. I wanna output the value of this render texture we're using. So let me grab and yoink the player and position them exactly where I want them to be in this level, so that I can just by pressing play, we get to see the state of things. I don't know. Today's gonna be kind of my cheat day in terms of like what I implement. So instead of doing mechanical focused things, we might do some fun nerdy things like updating how my cast shadows are calculated, and maybe even doing cast shadows for point lights, but who knows. Things I'd like to do, but things that are not necessarily important for the game. So now if I were to press play, what do we see here? You beat SH? What's SH on geometry? I have no knowledge about that. VF Vermeers. CRT is best. CRT is best. Beautiful. And we start off in this area here, which is exactly what we want. Okay, we're gonna do some stuff to make debugging a little bit easier for me. So we're gonna do a couple things. Oh, we can't do a couple things because this isn't drawing the mesh directly to. Oh, of course. Well, I'm gonna assume my matrix here is correct. Set V matrix, yeah. And we set the projection matrix. Yeah, that's fine. I'm assuming that's correct. I mean, it can be very, very explicitly correct, sure, but I'm not gonna worry about that. And actually, before I even do anything like this, let me actually do some code massaging, because we have this fog volumetric script here that's doing a lot of this rendering stuff, and it needs to be, we know when things need to be rendered by this point. So I may just actually do a little something where we just kind of destroy this class and all of its contents in favor of having this be within this class, a volumetric light shader, which we're going to do some things with, keep in mind, this is all due to, this is kind of like artificial complexity, because I could have just kept things simple, but I just said, nah, we're not going to keep things simple, we're going to keep things complex. Because why not? Because why not do the cool thing that's going to make me a better programmer? One second, I can catch up with chat in a second, guys. Yeah, don't get mad at me, please. I get zoned in on coding here, and sometimes I neglect certain things. Or neglect chat a little bit. Okay, we have update functions. We have start, which is odd because we also have an awake function, so we're just going to yoink this, put this in awake, and then call this fog ignore. I'm not sure why fog ignore is being weird, but because this is a class that exists and does stuff, but yeah, I'm not sure what ignore. Yeah, what's the problem here? Why are you fighting me? Why is this struct class not recognized? What percentage is this game to complete? Not even at not even post-production. We've spent so much time on it. Scope creeping and just doing a bunch of dumb technical things that I think it's like maximum effort for like maybe not the greatest of returns, but I think I enjoyed the process and it made me better. Like not using any Unity component, like not components, not using any of Unity's lighting components, instead doing our own lighting model and shader pipeline for all the surfaces. Like, yeah, you can argue dumb, but hey, I'm not doing this for any commercial reasons. I'm doing this for me. How fast can you learn any language or framework? I mean, that's kind of a weird, like, it's not weird. It's a very ambiguous question because, like, as far as syntax is concerned, you can probably learn any language within a day. Like, I learned Odin within a session on stream a while back. And I imagine, like, if I do a week, I can probably do some decent amount of projects in there. So, like, there's, like, the syntactic level of learning a language, but then there's also the advanced things that you reach, usually in terms of trying to do something that's very complex or kind of performant, or, you know, or that only emerges as a result of a big code base. And that I have no idea. But it definitely takes a lot more time, like in this scale of years, potentially. Yeah, so syntactically pretty short, but in terms of actual robust knowledge, like years. Heck, even C#, the one I've been working professionally with these past couple years of my life, there's still plenty of things I'm not super familiar with or kind of confuse me. Okay, we're gonna try to see if this recompiles. Yeah, for some reason this is like ignored. Is this in the, oh, they're separated by assemblies. That's why this is not being recognized. I need to move this scripts into an appropriate assembly. Yeah, that would do it. Okay, what do we got here? It's like fog ignore, I believe. Yeah, we need to clean up our code base a lot more. We're gonna move this into CC. Into my dev kit, CCDK, standing for Cozy Cabin Games dev kit, or Cozy Cabin dev kit, and then put it into Cozy Light System, and that should hopefully massage away all the bad things. Practice is key, I imagine. It's not like evil Emacs with Vim bindings. No, I'm just using Vim bindings. I'm using Writer with IdeaVim. Having fun is the best learning school, to be honest. Oh yeah, 100%. most of my knowledge came from like messing around and doing things that are probably like by commercial standards probably terrible ideas, but you know, because I'm making this game not for any like I'd like to make money from it, but like I'm not gonna be pressured by any commercial or financial influences. At least as long as I have my job and I enjoy my day job too. So I'm not even trying to like, even if this game generated like $1 million or $1 billion, I think I probably would still keep my day job, because I like to have that feeling that when I do this game deving stuff, it's not for any financial reasons. It's purely just for the joy of creating stuff. And I think having financial incentives like that can really mess things up, if that makes sense. It's Ryder Kunal. Software engineer, VR software engineering. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, we're doing some messy stuff, but I was really tired last stream, so I was just trying to get something to work. And then we're doing this in update, which I guess makes sense, but I think I should call this like draw fog ignore buffer. And then we're going to call this before the graphics split. So this is going to draw to our buffer we have here. It should provide the matrix information. I feel like this is not world to local. I think it should actually be local to world matrix, but maybe I need to pass like a TRS matrix. I don't know. That's I'm assuming. Or I need to figure out what kind of transform matrix I need to be passing into this. Because maybe I'm just wrong, or maybe Unity lied to me. Either way, I feel kind of scared. And now we're going to be reintroducing this ignore flag, but I think we'll run the game first and then we'll go from there. The job market is cooked for freshers. What's your opinion about this? I mean, it kind of sucks. On the one hand, it sucks. Like it's definitely more difficult. I think AI in some weird ways making it even worse, but in some other ways, it's gonna make it for people who get like that deep knowledge and don't do the easy way with AI, or at least use AI in a way that doesn't create learned helplessness. I think it might be better for them, but I don't know. It's a weird thing, and I haven't gone through that whole process, in like a long time. So I'm not sure if I'm also the best person to be speaking about the state of the job market, seeing that I haven't been participating in that environment in a significant period of time. Okay. So our fog ignore texture is not returning stuff. Sampler 2D, I believe it's called the correct thing. And I'm pretty sure you have the same name, right? I'm not crazy. Let's make sure you're setting the correct property as well. We're at it. Recreate our camera. Oh, 1 second. Maybe we're not. No, that's for something else. That's for the depth map. That's for the depth map. Yeah, it's a different thing. Here's the fog thing. We have a create a render texture 1920 1040. Do you actually need a depth map? Okay, whatever. We have enable random write on. We create the text. We pass the text in. We set global texture, fog, ignore property, text. Yep, and these are the correct things. Oh, I can make it read only as well. Even better. So I found myself confused. So we have to look at an example of how to draw to a command buffer, because I'm assuming my brain is not neglecting some things. Matrix 4x4 identity. What? They use identity? Oh, because we're applying the. Oh, because we're applying no, that doesn't. Maybe I'm just. Yeah, maybe I'm. Am I just wrong? Am I just wrong? Was I trying to be a smarty pants for no reason? Said matrix 4x4 dot identity. Okay, let's try this again. All right, what's up? What's up, Morgan? Dang, man, you're going to need moderators or something soon. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. I can't like two eyes in two places. It's kind of hard, kind of difficult. What do you do for a living? Yeah, so VR software development. What are you doing? Working on a game? Can I learn this on Mac? You could probably do this stuff in Mac. I imagine there's nothing like everything you could do here. You can do on a Mac for the most. I mean, not the window tiling manager. This is a Linux thing, but everything else aside, I'm sure you should probably do a lot of this stuff. Yeah, you can run Unity on a Mac. So which IDE is he using? I'm using Writer. I need to make a FAQ or something, which is my general stuff. And, ooh, you know what? There's also a null reference exception, but that's not from, that's from something else. That's from something else. Is there another null reference exception that's actually relevant to me having a skill issue? Okay, we have one here, player controller. A lot of them actually, weirdly enough. Player character. Now, what is with all the issues with the player character, man? That wasn't happening last stream. What's going on here? What is that? What? $3.99. Okay, that's something else. That's not right, but yeah, I'm not. Okay, volumetric light shader. What's going on here? Not set to an instance of an object. Buffer isn't set to an instance of an object. Are we drawing before? Are we drawing before we even have a buffer set? Also, it's good to see you, Morgan. I'm not sure if I said that. Mr. Anderson, follow the white rabbit. CRT nuking those eyeballs? Dog, what? Dude, it's elevating these eyeballs. What are you talking about? It's the most soothing thing ever, man. How's Unity development on Linux? I encountered some bugs like buttons not responding when full screen. Yeah, there's even funner bug I'm encountering where all my audio doesn't work. Like it just doesn't work. So I think it's like something to do with how audio is like encoded or something in Unity projects. But yeah, it's just all the audio of my game is gone. I'm like, all right, I guess we're gonna have to. I guess that's optional now. I guess we're just gonna learn to live with that. I'm gonna have to look into that later. Or just, you know, I have my laptop that I do Windows development. Like, that has Windows 11. But I guess I'll just use that when I'm doing anything concerning that. I don't know, we're gonna have to figure that out. Because that just does not feel like an acceptable answer to be like, I guess the file is just wrong. Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that at some point, but not my problem. Or maybe I just move to Fmod and have it manage my audio stuff. But aside from that, it's not bad. Unity's largely fine. Just behaves as Unity does. Maybe some couple weird UI hiccups here and there. That's about it. That's a price I'm willing to pay. Let's go back here. And let's look at this example they gave us. So we set the projection matrix, we set the projection, the view matrix, the projection matrix. I feel like there's an easier way to do this view matrix, but okay, we'll deal with that later. Draw mesh. Camera add command. Oh, did I not add a command buffer? Did I not do that? Has this been my gripe this entire time? In which case, I could have just used the mesh local to world matrix and ignore all this whole hubbubaloo. Okay. Well, we have the camera in the script, which is a great thing. Oh, that might have been that. Okay. Where are you? Camera event dot before skybacks. After depth. After image effects, after lighting. We're not doing any of that stuff. I guess after. We'll just use this for now. See, like, I didn't think we needed to do this because we're drawing explicitly to a render texture, but I guess that's where it's going to be invoked. Okay, we're just going to try this out and see how it goes from here. Doesn't lives distract your productivity? Kind of. But it's okay. It's alright. I like sharing the process. I think it's cool to show how the sauce is made. Okay. A lot of things are wrong right now. A lot of things are wrong right now. Let's make sure this hasn't been impacted at all. Light fog. Yeah, and for this kind of stuff, it's graphic stuff and things like this. You're not always graphic stuff, but I don't know. It's not as if I'm making like big architectural decisions or like there's a very weird specific technical problem, then yeah, I probably want to tackle those things off streams. And there's some things I'm not going to do on stream because it kind of requires a deeper level of concentration and pondering. But I don't know. There's also a large class of things to do that are not super intensive in that regard. Dun, 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 dun. Hard component command. I don't think you have to actually do this though. I generally don't think I need to have to do this. One second. I feel like they're lying to me. Bro, is your game available to play? Not yet. Oh, actually, okay, there's a prototype on Newgrounds that you guys can try out, but the prototype is vastly... it's a prototype. It's not very great. It's very rough around the edges, but you can go on Newgrounds and find Stain World Prototype, and that's basically the prototype version of this game that you guys can try out. And then I'm gonna try doing some playtest in the Discord sometime soon once I have a few more things implemented. But okay, we're gonna have to Google something else. Command buffer example. That isn't by Unity because I don't trust them right now. There's one for like Bloom someone did a while ago. Command buffer. I have to give it a name too, or you don't have to, but yeah, there's a shader property I'm setting. Get temporary render texture. No, I'm creating a render texture because we're going to be holding it throughout the rest of the lifetime of the application. Blit. Okay, that's more in line with what I was thinking. So maybe I'm doing things wrong. I was doing buffer that draw. Let me try graphics. Blit. What are you doing? Graphics blit. Camera target. Well, that's someone's problem code. Let me Google something. Unity. Because that's what I'm trying to do. I want a graphics blit. Blit to render texture. That's how I want to prefer doing this. No, not efficiently. Coziest coding stream. Thank you, Orlando. Yeah, I use i3. Thank you, Senor Quack. What's your background? Oh, for my desktop or for here? It's just some woods, some natural settings. I like that kind of thing. The keyboard is called an Ergodox Easy. It's pretty good. Shout out to Terry A. Davis. I was just watching a short from him talking about like how he's trying to I forgot what it was. He's trying to like optimize or implement CISC stuff. He was talking like GCC and how it does some optimizations for you, and sometimes you don't want to have the optimizations and you'd rather hand roll and do it yourself. Pour one out for Terry A. Davis. GG's. GG's. So, would I actually even need a command buffer? Because I can just like render blit directly to a render texture, right? This guy's doing something here. He has a render texture here. Creates a render texture. Graphics split. Oh, dude, I need to do something about my camera, man. I need to get an actual video camera and not just a photograph DSLR, because they have this artificial 30-minute time limit, not for any technical reasons, but just for tax purposes, for tax reasons. That's what we do things here. We do things for tax purposes. Okay, we're gonna do. I'm gonna see if I can find the article. Bloom example. We're not doing bloom, but it's gonna require something similar. Something very similar. Happy Sunday. Good night. What are you doing exactly? Working on a game. I'm trying to fix I'm trying to do a thing where first let me find. There's probably like a Medium article or something. Using a command buffer. Can we include command buffer, please? Why use that monitor? Why are you not using that monitor, man? It's a peak. It's the best monitor ever, man. Two, or is this a hobby? No, programming. My day job's programming, and I also program on the side for fun. We enjoy it. Light events, event order execution. I kind of want to try implementing with one of these kind of like effects of like this diffuse glass thing, because that's also just a post-processing thing. I can imagine how you do that in the post-processing, and I wonder how like just different blurring algorithms would look in doing that. I know for a fact there's like a Medium article or something And I don't want to use, we're using URP, we're using the default out-the-box rendering pipeline. We're not using render shader graph or render any of this stuff, no, sirree. I just want to use a good old-fashioned, oh, this is the one I'm talking about. This is the one I'm talking about. Where the guy does the thing and he draws to a render or command buffer, and yeah, we're trying to do something essentially this, actually, 100% this. Okay, what does Buddy do here? Okay, do something similar. Yeah, something similar to that. Yeah, list of these objects. And then what do? You make a new command buffer. You name it. We should probably do that. What is this? M cameras. What's a camera index? Shader properties. It's using a temporary render texture. Add command to draw stuff to this texture. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're setting the render texture directly. And then we set a render target. What's temp ID? As a shader, we're going to use, okay. Okay. You guys got get by that? Would you use Godot? Said hi. What's up, Peter? No, I actually wouldn't like using Godot. I used it for a while, and I tested it out with my dev kit and kind of tested porting things over. But there's some things fundamentally about the engine that I just don't like. So, if I'm gonna switch from Unity, I'm just gonna use. Well, I already started the process of building my own engine. That's a whole separate thing. Idiots. What's up, Bacon Burner? So what am I doing exactly? I'll explain it real quick. In this game, well, first of all, we should probably fix compile errors, shouldn't we? So I can actually run. So we're gonna press run, and you're gonna see that this game has fog, like most other games, and that works fine. But I want to have extra control over how this fog gets applied to stuff. So one thing I'd like to do is have certain items or objects not be affected by the fog at all. So for example, and let me also modify the shader real quick. So you can see the game right here, how the character looks like in the world. And there's a certain fog that obscures things, but there's some objects like doors, for example, where no matter how far away you are, I want it so that the door is unaffected by the fog. So what I'm trying to do is have objects with a certain component attached to them, draw something to a render, to a command buffer, or to render textures, and what we're trying to do at the end of the day. And in the shader that composites or does the fog application, we're gonna check if I can find. Yeah, here we go. We're gonna have something here where we just check to see if like this current pixel that we're post processing, like we have the final rendered image for the game, and then we're doing an effect on top of that on each pixel. This function is being called in each individual pixel. You can think about it that way, where we get the value of this fog map. This fog ignore texture, and if it's red, we skip it. Otherwise, and then we return the original color. And if not, then we continue down this path of like adding this fog stuff, and then maybe eventually do the volumetric lighting things I want to do. But I should probably get this working first before we get to that point. So that's the thing we're doing. I'll buy a new monitor, bro. Nah, man. I can see clearly, Ali. I think if you can't see well on this, that's just a skill issue, man. Look, dude, if you're having struggles, there's even a green mode. You can put a green mode so you have even better contrast and clarity. If you're struggling at all with visibility, just turn on the green mode, dude. I'll ask you this, does your modern monitor have a green mode? I don't think so. I don't think so. Also, I'd like to preface too, I actually have a proper monitor. This is actually not my main thing I use, though lately I've been using it a bunch. I have a proper, actual, like 144 hertz monitor over there. So this is a choice. This is not even like a necessity. This is a conscious choice that has been made here. Okay? That's it. We're not the same. It's different. Oh man. Off to the left. What's going on off to the left? Yeah, and there's another one here too. I'm also using a normal one on the left. Now I'm talking about another monitor over there, an actual other one. Okay. So yeah, that's KK. It's such a good song, dude. Was this and the first song are like a big inspo for me, or they were a big inspo for like a song I made a while back ago. Like I'd listen to these two songs on repeat over and over and over again. How do you draw mesh geometry here? Like this is, I'm assuming, is being called at once because they're just setting all these different values, which is fine. And it's configuring this temporary render texture, and it sets a render target. So let's do some of this stuff, because apparently everything I've known is a lie. It's a terrible lie, and we have to do things actually differently. So here we get rid of this computer texture, set some global properties there, and then what do you ask me to do? What do you ask of me, Mr. Guide Maker? What do you tell me to do here? Set render target on the buffer. And that's going to be the buffer color dot shader, because I'm passing in a material, not the shader. Oh, I guess I can use material, right? I'm sorry, what? Okay, we're gonna move this over so I can just do this. Okay. Temp ID shader dot property to ID. Oh, this is actually setting a shader property. Fog ignore property. So we're setting clear render target true, 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 color black. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna leave that off though, because we have to do that somewhere else. I think that's a retained state. And then how do they do drawing? They're using a render component, a renderer. They're applying the material, and then they're just drawing to draw renderer. I was using draw mesh, but I think draw mesh should also work fine, because I'm supplying the material we're using for applying this change. So I'm gonna just be a little bit stubborn and say nah, I know better, I think. And then does this guy apply any view matrix data here at all for doing this? Business. No. What is this? What's this doing here? Post process, cam material, get whatever. Graphics, blitz, source, destination. And what's this material that we're using here? Alien Monitor, yeah, dude, love this. Thank you, EMD. I'm glad you guys dig it. We're not the same. Nope, absolutely not. Make it into a survival base with a Sonic Hedgehog. It's a good song. Yeah, a lot of this music is like very Sonic coded. It's Roblox Map Maker, I believe. No, it's Unity. It's using Unity. It's a game engine, and it's just we're doing some graphics programming right now. Thank you, David. Yeah, very different. There's definitely not Roblox. Which, by the way, I need to polish up some of the movement stuff. The short hopping. Yeah, because it's not registering on canceled, so I'm not sure what's going on. I feel like that's got to be a simple thing. That's got to be a simple thing. 1 second, let me just take a little detour away from this little graphics problem we're dealing with here. Yeah, I believe it. I feel like there's got to be was released this frame. Yeah, because I feel like there's a third event that you can subscribe to here. Started. Oh no, the third event is started. No. I think if we're gonna cover this, that particular thing, I'm also gonna have to do this check here. This is for requesting run in idle states. But we want to do something a little bit different. We're going to do yeah, jump. Was canceled, was released in this frame. So if it was released this frame, we're going to jump released. Hopefully that also covers that case, that for some reason canceled isn't emitting an event call. I don't like things like that. That feels like some jankery due to some underlying implementation, but okay, we're just gonna, or maybe I just need to read more documentation. We're gonna find out. Drop loot. Are we looking at? You're looking at Writer. I know in Unreal, I just use second camera and disable fog on that camera with the object on the layer that I didn't want to have fog around it, so I didn't have to change the shader objects. Yeah, but this is like for WebGL, right? And I'd rather minimize the draw calls. In all honesty, there's another option I have, which is to revert the way I've implemented it. Because before I did a screen space shader to apply fog, I was actually applying fog on the actual surface shaders of these objects, and it's still not doing the thing. It's kind of doing it sometimes, but not always, not reliably. If I do it too quickly, it's gonna be, yeah, I'm gonna have to do some fine tuning on this actually. This is a jump. This jump thing is becoming a lot more involved than I would have imagined it. So I think I'm gonna have to grab this statement. But yeah, I'm trying to like keep it very tight because I don't have to do too much rendering and keep things pretty lean. Wrong function. Jump here, so that if we do this whole business, we're not going to even, we'll have the player still request a state. Do we actually? Do I want to do that? Maybe we just actually say like, hey, if you're so quick that you did this within within a frame. I doubt this is gonna work. If it works, I'm gonna be that's wrong and bad. Is this an anti-cursor codec streaming? Yeah, kind of. I'm not sure about codecs. If you're talking about cursor, the IDE, yeah, I'm not super big into AI personally. Look very similar, gotcha. Well, it chopped, so it's okay, bro. It's chopped, thank you, man. Diablo 2 graphic detail all day. Yeah, we dig it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, if I hold it for a significant period, but it's like I kind of want to put Anton in here. I want to see how the boss battle feels when I just drop this guy, drop that character in here and just let him do his thing. I haven't seen that boss in a while. I haven't used that boss or played against him in a minute. And I know the first video I put on like Instagram a long time ago for this game was of that boss battle with Anton. I'm not sure how it's gonna work because I believe I have a bunch of other dependencies in the actual original level that I don't think I can just drop the boss and have him work. I think there's like a very specific things I had set up here. Yeah, because now he's not gonna even fight me. He's just in a very docile state. Nothing. He won't fight me. And you can see the dirt kind of expanding from him because like the whole point of the game is that you're cleaning the world and levels, and there's some enemies that actually kind of undo some of the work, so you have to actually beat them before. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I have this custom rendering or surface model, because I could do global effects like this pretty easily and have every single surface be hooked into it, which is pretty sick. Pretty sick. It's always fun to be able to do that kind of thing. Anyways, but with that being said, the jump is still not. If I'm really quick with it, I can still get the full height. Like if you look here, if I hold the jump button, okay, you have this reference. I basically kind of match the ceiling height. And if I let go midway, jump, you can cancel it, which gives you some better control. But if I tap it very quickly, it still triggers that. It's not going to the jump released state for whatever reason. So I'm not sure what's going on there. And I think what I'm gonna have to just do is pull this every single frame and enforce that this happens. I think I might just have to do that because it's kind of bugging me that this is not as consistent as I would have liked it to be. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this in every single frame. Actually, no, we are doing this every single frame. This is update, and then was jump released this frame. And then we request to go into jump release state. Oh, but it might be getting overwritten by these state requests. So maybe get some additional state information to only have this happen in those events. Or have this override, because like, no, stop. Did I make this pub? No, I'm not trying to request state. I made that public, but it still has the private syntax or styling. That's goofy. But in this case, it's advantageous to us if the player's in a jump state. Not bad. Said hi. Love the setup. Thank you, man. What's the screen resolution? 640 by 480. I have a question I urge to know. What is your question? Do you know most of your code inside out? Like, how do you explore options in your head? Do you even try made-up logic, and how do you deal with bugs when they come up? Okay, it's kind of a... So, like... There's like a scale of fuzziness versus very concrete, where like fuzzies, you roughly know what things do, and maybe you know some of the structures there, but like you don't fully remember how everything is implemented, but you remember like the APIs roughly for the most part. And then there's the concrete, where it's like usually stuff that I've worked on recently, or things that are not some something, or either things I did recently, things that are foundational that I always have to keep referencing and work with, so it's always fresh in my mind, or things that are very general. A lot of the times those things are still stuck in my, like, I have like that general knowledge, or I still have that very specific knowledge of how this is working. And okay, let's see if this works. Oh, failure right out the gate. Failure right out the gate. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here, because polling is failing. So what I'm guessing is that the first couple states, like within one frame, when I do that, we're still in the idle state, and we're trying to go to, like, we're going from idle to jump, but within that single cycle, maybe we're trying to do jump release. Oh, I'm trying to think here. Okay. As for debugging, that's a different, like, solving bugs. It's kind of an investigative process. Okay, what we're gonna do something a little bit different. We're gonna do something a little bit different than just this. I think what we're gonna do is that we have this method for when we press a jump. So this is for sure being called every single time. And then we're gonna do like a little UniRX observable. Let's say every. No, is this not using UniRX? Which one are we using? Here we go. Bolt update. There's probably some better way of doing this, but for right now we're gonna just kind of brute force it. So we're gonna start checking every single frame where so we press jump, and then we check every single frame. Actually, one second. If this is happening, like, I don't think we can execute this frame. Let me test one more thing before we do this kind of more annoying thing. Can we just check to see if this is released? I feel like there's some overriding happening. That's why I think that's an awesome project. Thank you, Trevor. You made me feel a little less anxious about my code. Yeah, maintaining state is very hard, man. There's even code like professionally where I'm like, okay, I know I wrote this thing, but it's been like 2 or 3 years since I've interacted with it. So like, I prefer avoiding it until like something that requires me to go back to it, and then once I go back and I start digging through the guts, I'm like, all right, I'm starting to understand it, and I have to push stuff out of my brain to put this back into that state of this application back in there, so I can actually make changes and mutate it. Yeah, it's a whole thing. I kind of want to monitor, like I want to have a log per jump. Like when you press jump, we start checking all the requested states for the player, and then go from there. What phone do you use? I just use a regular old Samsung phone. Hello again. What's up, Melons? Good to see you. I was looking for you. Hey, I appreciate it, man. We're back. The clickety clack is so satisfying. Don't know anything about coding except for hello world. Hey, brother. Sometimes that's all you need, man. And you know what? If you could live life without coding, I mean, I enjoy coding and I think it's good, but at the same time, sometimes it's nice just to be like, hey, like, I can appreciate ballet, but I don't know the technical stuff. I don't know the terminology. I don't know about all the different things that goes into doing it. And there's something nice of just being like enjoying this thing that someone spent their life you know, perfecting. Like on the one hand, maybe you want to have that knowledge of like how much work went to it, but at the same time, there's a specific kind of experience to just being able to casually enjoy something like that. Okay. I feel kind of inclined to do a thing here where like when you press jump, we kind of query all the states of the player, and then once the player goes from like a state of jump to like landing, just inspect everything that's been done. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try that out. We're gonna try that out. And when the player goes to an idle state, we're gonna do like actually, we might make like multiple. I don't know. There's probably some easier way to do this. In fact, I'm not even do a weird clause. I'm just gonna do this here, and then hopefully this doesn't fight me on it. Oh my goodness, my phone scared me, dude. Where's my phone? Oh, there it is. My bad. Why she scare me? Why you gotta scare me like that? I'm gonna put it low so I can still hear phone calls. Did someone join the Discord? No, that's a live stream. By the way, guys, we have a Discord if you want to see more stuff about the game. I post more in-depth devlogs type things there, and then also we're gonna be doing the play testing there at some point. Can I just dispose A? Heck yeah. I can just do that. So if we return to an idling state, then we dispose it. If not, we're gonna be adding this like log. For a state. Oh yeah. Add new line to that. Beautiful. And then, so hopefully when you press jump, we're gonna start this whole update process and like see all the different states the player has entered through. I think it might be just a bad constraint. Like for some reason we're able to let the player transition from one state they shouldn't be into back into another one. Like I guess if you're in a state of like, I don't know. I have to think about it. I might have to do like an input buffer or input queue or something like that. I respect the monitor. Thank you, Manish. But it's like 2016 modding. This C#, yeah. Demo my anomalous hotel gameplay yesterday. Phone jump scare. Yeah, my bad. You completed a demo? Congratulations, that's a big milestone, man. This is a variation of Java from Microsoft. Yep, it's C#. There you go. Feels like kind of like an anime sequence of like an awesome hero coder. I appreciate it, man. That sounds cool. I don't feel that cool, but that sounds cool. How I'm navigating so quickly? Just using some good old-fashioned Vim. I also like Linux i3. Makes navigating my environment super quickly and efficient. I like being able to just use this. My pony. I love Silver Gunner, dude. No, it's C#, yeah. We don't do JavaScript here. It's so crisp. I'm glad, man. Thank you. Is that Unity? Yeah, we're using Unity. Yeah, thank you, Manish. Though you're on target, man. Yeah, I'll show you what I'm building. We were doing some graphic stuff. We're gonna return to the graphic stuff. I just need to figure out this command buffer business at some point, but yeah, we're building this, and I'm trying to make the jump a bit more fine-tuned. Right now, I'm trying to have it where, like right now, if you hold jump, you go up a certain distance, and if you let go midway, you cancel your momentum. So if you want to do some more controlled things, you can like release your jump early to do short hops instead of doing a big one. But right now, there's an issue if I just tap it really quickly, we go all the way, which I don't want. So that's one bug we're fixing, and then we're going to do the fog overdraw thing, which honestly, as much as I want to get this command buffer thing to work, because I think it's important, I wanted, in fact, I think I'm going to force it to happen. But the easier option would be just reverting some code. It's like literally 4 lines of code that I commented out. I think that would be the easiest thing to do. If for whatever reason I can't get it to work, and just have like a property in the shader for a particular object. But I like the idea of just having this overdraw thing happen, because it kind of opens up the doors for other things. Yeah. I3 is greater than Hyperland. I've never tried Hyperland. Yeah, I'm making a game, Ishan. No, he just tabs between windows and sips imaginary coffee. Yeah, pretend coffee. It's just water. I'm not drinking coffee, just water. Good old-fashioned water. Make your own game engine. I have worked on my own game engine. I have one that's meant to kind of, because I like Vim motion, so I want to make it. I'm making an editor that's very lean, or engine that's very lean and bespoke for the type of game I'm making, and it has this kind of editor. I can pull it up real quick. Hopefully my memory usage isn't going to be crazy. It's also in the broken state because I started ripping out some basic logic, because instead of using delta time, I'm trying to implement a fixed time thing. So it's currently broken because sleep doesn't work as intended, and I just haven't had time to resume work on this. But yeah, it's in C++, and it's an editor like this, as you can see, and I use Vim motions to navigate through the editor. I can move stuff around, so I can tab through different objects. So if I want to put, for example, I don't know, an object here, and then another like flat one here, I can just do that and kind of build a level. And the cool thing is I can even navigate in the Z-axis. So if I want to put something in the foreground, I can do that. Maybe even more in the foreground. I don't know. And then put some stuff in the background. I'm doing some fixed size stuff, so I was experimenting with, because I have some more bespoke backgrounds which work better when you have like a certain fixed size, so it's not aligned to the grid as you'd normally have it. And I can just press play, and you see kind of effect. But yeah, that's kind of the current state of the engine and how it works. Like I said though, the frame updates are not very good yet, and they can break physics detection and all that kind of stuff, but we're gonna get there eventually. As soon as I just need to get this game done in Unity before I can start going back to work on my personal engine project. But yeah, you see there, it breaks. But the idea is there. The idea is there. One day I'll be able to go back to the dream editor. But for now, we're here. Thank you, Alan. Have you thought about yep? I ran a question, but why do you? But what do you use? Wait, what do you think the big O complexity is for your game? That's kind of a weird. Not weird. Like that's. Like, big O is like a thing for measuring like algorithms, right? I guess you can say a game is just an algorithm, except in this case it's like multi-threading things. And there's also the idea of like, because usually big O notation is either within a fixed size input or output, and there's a variable that's scaling for that, right? Whereas like a game, it's not necessarily that kind of thing. But if we were to say like the quality of the game's code in big O notation, then like if we're gonna map my game's code quality to big O, let's say it's n squared, dude. Why not stop there? Make it n to the power of n. I mean, when you don't care, the sky's the limit as far as Big O is concerned. In fact, man, we should make the game so bad that people think it's a crypto miner, and when it actually isn't, it's just bad. That must be painful as a programmer. Like, imagine writing a program that's so bad people think it's a crypto miner, when in reality it's just a skill issue. Oh man. Yeah, I forgot to do this thing. We dispose it, but I also want to print the log. Yo, hello, hi, what's up, Glad-Terror? Hello. Do you have a Discord? Lamau. But yeah, man. Hopefully that answered your question. Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. So we're gonna jump. Okay, we're gonna do the problematic jump, the really quick one. Okay, cool. And I mean, we should probably use a breakpoint and just walk through things, but hey, whatever, dude. And we're gonna look through here. We're gonna go all the way back down here. So, okay. It goes from jump immediately to air. I'm sorry, what? Do we not dispose of this ever? Because there's multiple jumps. There's jump air. And there's jump air. Oh, we did a double jump maybe? I don't even know, dude. I'm so confused. I am Confucian. Either way though, we're definitely not entering that that state. Let me check something. I also want to check one more thing. I removed the update thing, right? Yeah, I did. It's weird that I didn't catch that there. Because I almost feel inclined to, I feel almost inclined to just check for input release. Like, I don't know. I might actually just do a breakpoint and just walk through what's going on here. What compiler is this? Just the good old Microsoft's. Oh, they're using. Wait. I actually don't know. Like, I'm using IL2 CPP in Unity, which is gonna compile it to C++. That's usually for like build. I'm not sure they're actually. I don't think they're doing that here. So I think we're just doing some JIT compilation, just-in-time compilation from Microsoft, from good old Microsoft Java. Okay, let me go back to this article real quick though. We're gonna bounce between two things because it's kind of bothering me. But he's drawing this through post-process, through here. Get component camera. That's for a different problem. Because he's doing the depth map thing to like deal with occlusion. But we're just trying to get to this state. Temp ID. I'm sorry, what? Because you assign temp ID as a property. I'm sorry, what? Set global texture, yeah. I love Penny's Big Breakaway, dude. It's like the best thing ever. Temp ID is an integer. Are you high? Set render texture as globally accessible. Yeah, but that's not the render texture. That's a temp ID. That's an integer. for the ID. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be one of those days where I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Where I feel just absolutely crazy. Is there a GitHub? I'd like to look at the GitHub. Let's just look at the GitHub. Because clearly they have examples that work, so like something's going right here. So, no, that's for OpenGL. Hook a man up with a GitHub. I just need... Thank you. Precisely what the doctor ordered. Okay. Assets. Materials, models, shaders, textures, scripts. Thank you. Custom glow object. Custom glow renderer, which is going to contain the buffer, I'm assuming. And we have the static public instance. Yeah, singleton pattern, internal hash set. Oh my goodness, we're using internal keyword. Hash set of these objects. That's fine. We add them to that list or hash set, whatever it is. And then we have our actual implementation here. It makes a whole class, separate class for that. Okay. Execute in edit mode. That's fine, we don't worry about that. Camera, command buffer. I have a dictionary of cam. Why do you have multiple cameras for this? There's like one command buffer, but then we have this multi-instance of the command buffers. I'm assuming this is for the depth map. I don't know. I just want to see how you draw stuff. Okay. We'll render object. Camera.current. Okay, so just the current one. You're indexing this to get the buffer, I guess. It's creating a new command buffer each time. Okay. Temp ID is integer. Mapping this shader property. Yep. You're doing the temporary things. That's fine. And then you're iterating upon the glow objects in your system. Okay, that's reasonable to me. And then you're doing the render this thing, which honestly, just to eliminate even more differences between my code and his code, let's just do that thing. Yeah, we're just gonna do that, which is not that crazy. I just need to change some stuff here. We just need to expose one thing. Maybe even change this. Yeah. Or do we assign stuff? Okay, that should be fine. I should be happy because now I have the field you desire, which is the renderer, and then no longer using a world matrix. Now we have the buffer color.material, which I'm assuming that's an acceptable override. Can we accept that as an override? Yes, we can. Beautiful. Okay. Ignore this graphics blit thing. And then do we have to finalize any texture stuff? If R and glow matte. I'm sorry, what? Oh, you're validating the type of... You're trying to validate the... I'm sorry, what? Or if it's not null. Oh, the renderer is null and this is not null. Don't worry, we're gonna ignore that. Draw renderer. Yeah, we're already doing that. Yeah, we're good. So this should draw the renderer. We're not gonna do this whole camera projection thing anymore because I don't think he's doing that. So, who am I? Yeah, I don't see him setting the camera projection matrix at all in this whatsoever. So, but he is doing the camera add buffer deal. So we're gonna do that. He's also sending the global render texture every time we do this. So I guess camera event before lighting. That's not a concept for us. and it's for each instance as well. I don't know. Skybox. After. What's the enum you want me to use? Oh, the event goes first. Yeah, that seems acceptable to me. Okay, let me catch up on chat. My bad, guys. Also, hello, guy. How's your game going? We're developing the other day, the Sonic-like with that jump you're figuring out. Yeah, that's exactly where you're tuning in right at what we're doing. That's exactly where we picked up Ryan. I wasn't gonna even do coding today, but I was like at the zoo and I was thinking through it. And I was like, all right, I think I have some ideas for what might be going wrong here, and turns out those things may or may not have been the thing, but there's other issues with this. So we're just trying to get the fog going, and then we're gonna return back to the jump and getting that jump feeling good. Messy Mansion, I get why it's called that. Wait, interesting coincidence. Anomalous Hotel and Messy Mansions both describe the thing. Interesting. Recorder stream, no, not pre-recorded. I just get wrapped up, Yipmo, I'm sorry. And learning and might stick with the channel. Okay, yo. How did you learn to code? I don't even think the delay is that bad. I just get super sucked in. But before I answer your question, the CD player, the CD has reached the final track of this mix. So I'm gonna start treating reaching the end of a mix as like a little break for me to get up, move my legs, get some water, and put in the next track. So let me get my little CD bag I have here with all my CDs there. And to answer your question about coding, Googling. Like I'm not trying to be dismissive, but that's literally how I started. I started with a goal and Googling. Those are the two things. My goal when I started back in middle school was, hey, I want to make a game. And I Googled and I found C++, and that didn't work out as great for me at the time. And then I Googled again and I found Game Maker, and that worked out better for me. Here we go. I was looking for this guy. So, yeah, and then most of the stuff I started picking up was from Googling. I think the second or third, I'm not sure how we order those things. We bundle those together. Find people who are smarter and more knowledgeable than you about the things you want to do. Especially nowadays, it's pretty easy because there's things called game jams, which are pretty popular. I'm not sure if they're still super popular. I know there's abundant amount of them, both online and offline, where you can go to a place. And there's one that happens every year called Global Game Jam. It's a great place. You spend 48 hours making a game together with a team of people. And it's great not only in terms of knowledge, it also is a great way to figure out if you actually like the process of making games in this very chaotic environment. And yeah, I think... What's going on here? Why are you giving me problems? I put you on the right way. I have to change the mode. 1 second. There we go, back to CD. But yeah, so I think those are two very helpful things. If you're not into games and you just want to do like just programming stuff in general, there is hackathons as well. Those are also events. I'm not sure how they are great for, I don't know how old you are. No, we're not starting yet. I'm gonna get some more water. But yeah, that's kind of the things I'd recommend. What's up, Kieran? Why do people say pre-recorded? Maybe they haven't seen the magician in action with his Vim motions. Yeah, man, just a man, dude. It's because that only happened yesterday. I haven't seen that happen in other streams, but yesterday I started getting some people accusing that, and it's interesting seeing that happen today. So I'm not sure what's going on, but it's all good. It's all good. No beef or anything. I just find it interesting. That's I wonder if that's a meta that people are doing. Because I encountered that a few times on YouTube as well, which was annoying. Alright. I have my CD in there. Let me get some more water, guys. I'm going to start the mix, I guess. gonna stretch my legs a little bit. Yesterday when I did a 5.5 hour stream yesterday, something like that, and like I didn't realize how long it was, and I was like feeling also weird because I was like physically exhausted from like working out, but then also mentally exhausting of having like doing my day job and then doing that. Like I'm fine, but like 5+ hours is kind of difficult for me. So today we're going to take it a little bit lighter, and I'm using these CDs to kind of track my timing for this. So yeah, let me start in the previous track. I'm going to start with the last track, and hopefully when I come back the first track is playing, and we're going to get into this. I'm using Unity. Thank you. Unity is the engine he uses, but he also is trying to make his own. Yeah. Nah, we're doing it. We're going to make it happen. I just need to get a game done. The hardest thing is getting a game done. And like, I keep just making things more complicated than they have to, but at the same time, I feel like I'm becoming a better programmer by doing the hard way. So this is a weird trade-off. Okay, 1 second. Let me just get some more water. I'm going to play the track and see you guys in like, I don't know, a couple seconds, 30 seconds, something like that. I'm not going to be too long. Be right back. Also, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. 1 second, let me mute the mic though. All right. Let's get to work. Thank you, Zero. I'm glad you dig my setup, man. What's up, Dismal? Liquid Simulation, anyone? I'm Geared Gaming Studios. I'm a game dev as well, and yeah, it's hard to get the first game done, but after you do the first one, point reference of do's and don'ts. Yeah, I mean, it's just because the actual game I'm making is not that crazy as far as like the scope is determined. It's just that like I chose to do really like not roundabout. I chose to do things that are technically really interesting to me. And I think I learned a lot from it, and I made some tools for myself that I can use for the future of the dev kit. Yeah. And part of this is just like trying to force certain graphic stuff to happen. But I mean, it's for fun. Like, game deving for me, like, yes, I want to get this game done now, and I have more ideas, a litany of ideas I want to work on. And I imagine you've encountered this too, right? Actually, maybe I'm not sure. For me, like game deving is largely a hobby. So, you know, it's not like I have a deal with a publisher or something to get this game out at a certain time or anything. So I have the luxury of being able to take a 2-week scope game and make it turn into a year-long thing. But hey, like I feel like I've become much stronger as a programmer as a result from like implementing this stuff that normally... Honestly, a lot of the stuff I did here will translate well to my game engine. Like I think there's actually a lot of code I have here that can just like stick in there. Because I've kind of essentially made like a graphics pipeline, or at least part of a lighting model. I made a whole lighting model. The other thing would be like a rendering model, but that's a different thing to consider at another time. C#. My first game was decent for a beginner like me back then. Yeah, just different. They're different places. Yeah, like I think there's a bunch of game projects I started that, you know, some that are very simple in scope. The big thing is I have a lot of games out there very simple mechanically, and now like that I've gotten much better at coding, I feel like I want to make something a bit more involved, and I definitely have done that here. Let's see how this pans out. All right, though, that gives you above the rest as most trying to learn how to use an engine but can't really modify it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like part of this whole like hard way with Unity is because I want to have a lot more freedom to do certain things and make it easy to like do particular types of effects, and so having control over everything kind of enables that. Is there something else I'm neglecting here, or can I just run this as is? But yeah, we're gonna figure this out, because there's a lot of things that are gonna be simplified, and there's things that emerge as like new technical requirements as you start tackling specific contexts and making a game. Like the whole custom, like the terrain texture painter thing emerged spontaneously because I realized, oh, I want to use Unity's terrain editor, but it doesn't support tiling textures in the way I want it to be used. So that was written to meet that requirement. I think I have some like a series of shorts showing some of that off, or something about that off. I'm not sure if I actually showed the tiling texture work. I don't know. It's something. It's something. I like the song a lot, dude. I think this should be enough. Maybe I should set this every single frame as well, but I believe since we're using the same render texture, I should just be able to just do it, just send it as is, but I don't know. We're gonna just find out, I guess. I just kind of hodgepodge like 3 different things, like a code, Unity's documentation, this guy's code snippets, and then the actual repository. And I'm not seeing the fog exclusion happening. So already, that's a big F for us, right? Big F. We just have the dumb, like, background thing, yeah. I really want to make this animated. We're gonna have to do that later. I think I need to just get the mechanics in here first. Come on. Okay, let's look at this shader. I mean, it's not outputting anything. I can just say that with confidence. We set global texture here, text that we allocated. I wonder if we have that. It feels wrong that we'd have to do it every single frame. I don't believe that should be the case. Are command buffers consumed every frame? That's also another question. I don't believe it should, but when I look at his example here, on a function I believe is called every time we draw stuff, I see him construct a whole new command buffer for this. We should look at the camera. I want to see what the camera is doing. And this is retained too, because like if we do cleanup or whatever, it's gonna, yeah. So it should be a retained thing. It should be like you submit it and it just stays there effectively like forever. Let's also look at the logic I have here, because we have draw fog, ignore buffer, and this is actually going to be adding every single frame this command buffer, so I actually don't want to do that. I actually want this to be either a retained thing or... Yeah, interesting. Because how is this guy... before lighting? Glow buffer, M glow buffer. Yeah. Oh, dude. I'm using an Ergodox E10. I've scolded and corrected AI so many times against yeah. We love game dev is the thing I love, is the technological envelope keeps expanding. You can never master this field. Oh yeah, no, it's like a Sisyphean task. Like the boulder rolls down, you keep pushing it up. Or I guess maybe not Sisyphean, because like with Sisyphus, like he gets to the top almost and then it rolls down. For us, it's like you get to where you saw the top to be, but then it turns out there's actually more mountain, and like the mountain keeps getting higher and higher. And like the more you learn, the more you're like, oh my goodness, I kind of suck actually. I thought I was good, and then I realized that no, I actually kind of suck. And I'm actually just garbanzo. When is this on? Will render object called. So it iterates through this, attaches them to before light event. Let's just use the before light event, but I think I'm doing this in the wrong place. I feel like I should just be able to add this buffer. Oh, it's already in awake. Okay. Yes, I feel it should be just doing its thing now. Should I be adding the... No, it should be just target, right? Text. Yeah, that's how I imagine it to be. And then we have on render image for drawing the fog buffer. Draw fog ignore, and then we blit this. Yep. Pass our whole rendering fog pipeline there. Okay, yeah. So what is this actually doing then? I almost wonder if I need to have like a separate camera here. One second. I feel like this would be very simple. And somehow I'm like complicating this. And the thing is, like, I don't want to hook into, I just want to be able to just draw explicitly an object onto. In fact, can I just do that? Draw mesh to render texture unity. No, not interested. Get out of here. Get, boy. I'm not here for this. Render mesh on texture. Are you gonna tell me to use the command buffer? Okay. Mesh from a mesh render directly to a render texture. Okay, that's my question here, buddy. Oh. Draw render, that's what we're doing. Okay. Yeah, because we're doing this whole song and dance. We have the buffer, we're drawing render. I'm sorry, bad. Hey, I have a build GitHub-like things. Where can I host? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I'm sorry, I've been bad. What's up, Dead Cells? Good to see you here now, man. A cow when I type meow. That's odd. That boggles the brain, Melon. This is why programmers' hairlines often disappear faster. I'm having an issue, man. Passionate fathers. What version control are you using? I'm using Git. I found a version to be awesome for indie development. 100 gigs of free and only $10 a month for Git. I'm just using GitHub. Simple old GitHub. Yeah, simple old Git. I'm back. What's up, Melon? Good to see you back. Graphics. Yep. What's up, RRM? Yeah, just using a good old Git and GitHub. Works pretty good. Lets me do the things I want to do. Not too big of an issue, not too big of a hassle. Pretty easy to add, and then CI controls are easy. So like, because for my dev kit I have like unit test coverage. At least I used to. I've kind of been slacking off on that, if I'm gonna be honest with you. So like I use like something to do to make sure like commits to master have passing unit tests, or at least it communicates the state of it. I think I have it block. At least for my other game project, I do that. But yeah, we're not doing all that continuous, because I feel like continuous. I mean, it's helpful for me as an individual developer, but I think continuous and integration really shines when you have a multitude of people contributing to a code base. I think that's where that stuff really, really shines. Okay, I'm gonna bring this back. So I think the renderer is going to take care of a lot of different things. Camera add command buffer. We're setting the matrix information there in the buffer. I feel like there should be just a graphics. Let me look at the overloads. Graphics, blit. What do you have to offer me? Texture source, the render texture in this case, a material. You don't have a renderer though. But yeah, you're gonna pass a material. And how do you draw the mesh? Or where do you set the mesh data? Let me just do one thing. Want a good example of graphics blitting a texture with a mesh. Yeah, texture, render texture material. Yes, yes, yes. Oh no, that's the material. I want a mesh. Give me a mesh. There's no overload for that, but I think there's a stateful thing you can do, I think. Or I guess I can't. It's nice to draw directly to the render texture, but I'm pretty sure there's got like I remember seeing like a graphics blit thing where you can set the material pass and then you set the mesh in a certain way. May not do graphics split, but there's something else. Am I crazy? I feel like maybe I'm crazy. But I think this is just texture oriented. Like you're just gonna be processing a texture with a material. It seems to be the general use case I'm seeing here. So maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just insane. Oh, someone using a mesh render or a renderer? Is that a mesh render? Yeah, a mesh render. Okay. Need to find that stuff there. Texture camera. Let's say the camera target. We can't do that. And I don't want to have to set another camera just for this kind of thing. Okay, going back here then. Going back to this. Is like compared to mine. Your game is like compared to mine, so your project size will be relatively small, where I can average about 30 gigs per project. Oh yeah, I imagine. Yeah, that's a different thing. Different ball game. Made mobile controls on mobile, but the other is relatively massive. Play some pinball. Maybe I should play some pinball, man. Maybe I should play some games. Maybe the issue here is I'm not playing enough games. Maybe just staring at a thing and hoping for it to fix or work may not actually be the thing we need. Set render target. What do we set the, wait, what? Wait a second. We hold the phone. How does this guy set it? Does he? Maybe I've been doing something. I've been overriding this with a value that I shouldn't have been. Maybe that's just what's been happening, actually. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna be very mad if that was the case, because maybe all the testing I did was for nothing, because there's a confounding variable that messed things up. Where do you create a new buffer? Yeah, you never set it. You set. Huh. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna mirror them. Instead of doing this whole thing. Why fight them? Why fight? We're just gonna do, and yeah, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna configure it exactly the way the main man does it. I'm gonna explicitly set the height. I don't trust it after the fiasco I had yesterday. He sets it at 24. Okay. And then is that not set clear? No, you just set random. And then black. That should just work good for us. I'm gonna just make this all be in one line. Okay. So this, what else, sir? What else do you do that I haven't been doing that may or may not? Yep, and I'm yep, temp ID. Okay. I feel scared to even use the cached ID, but we'll see. And then so you're using, we're not setting this anymore because our render takes in this buffer material anyway, so we don't have to apply that there. Okay, maybe this is the one, guys. Maybe we're good. Maybe life is fine. I don't trust this anymore too, because we're gonna have to make a new. I don't trust anything I've done here. I don't trust any of these things. Because now we're using the RT. So I'm guessing we have to construct a command buffer every single frame. Yeah, new command buffer. You know what? I'm also going to just change the name because, you know, why not? Let's follow it. Let's follow the advice or the code to a T. What's up, Abigail? Dis Neo? Nah. What's that? I'm just a guy. This is a game I'm working on. How did you meet Morpheus? Yeah, I used dial-up internet. I plugged the magic cable into my PC and I heard some funny noises. Texture. Is this community version or ultimate version? For what? Is that? No, I'm not using Microsoft Visual Studio if that's what you're asking. You should learn to code with a steno keyboard. Makes life way easier, especially if you're solo. A steno keyboard? I've seen some stuff of that. It's kind of interesting. I may do that. I've thought about it, but I don't know. We'll see. Part of this setup was for optimizations and like ergonomics for my hands, but I do like, at least from what I've seen from steno keyboards, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure if they have the same capability of customization of like key switches and stuff like that. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've looked at the wrong ones. We're just gonna press play. We're just gonna hope for the best. Oh, I can't even press play because there's a compile error. Where's the compile error? Does this ever set the global property? Like, do you do that? Brother, do you do that? You do shader. You set a global property somewhere, shader. But in the buffer. I'm sorry, what? Temp ID? I'm sorry, what? This is warping my brain. Because temp ID is just like an int that you're creating where? Which is why I wanted to avoid using a temp texture. Yeah, here, shader property to ID, temp ID. And then you do set global texture, glow map, like set render texture as globally. Like that's not the render texture though. That's like an ID to that in the shader, but like, am I high? Like, am I crazy? That feel. It makes sense to be like, I don't know, get, or maybe am I just trying to, what does it say? Earn it. What do you tell me? You have an overload for, these are all textures, render texture, texture, render texture, texture. Yeah, none of them are integers. So either he knows something I don't know, can I get the texture? Draw renderer? No. Okay, we have the temporary render texture somewhere, right? We do the get thing somewhere around here. I'm trying two things. Okay, we're gonna first get rid of a few things here. Oh, dude, I'm like caught in two places, man. I'm lost in the sauce right now. 1985 Magnavox CRT June bug. Thank you, Morgan. You're on it, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. It also switches to QWERTY too. Interesting. What are you coding? I don't know anything about programming. I'm trying to do some cool shader effects. I'll show you in a second. pattern your render and define negative. What is it? I'm not sure what that means. And I just know SQL. Okay. Is this returning a texture? Can I cache this? No, it doesn't. Name with ID. It's not outputting it either. Oh, this is like warping my brain, dude. I'm not sure if I'm wrong or if the tutorial's wrong. That's the thing I'm having here. That's like the little crisis I'm having right now. Because what it says to do feels wrong. That's the issue I'm having. Like you'd have to do like int property but I'm like I feel like I'm not I feel what is this called? Maybe I'm just understanding something wrong. Maybe I'm just wrong. Property, no, it's property to ID, and it's the normal property I use, which is not temp1, but is fog ignore. And then over here, at the very, not end, but yeah, here, instead of setting a texture, it wants me to set a, yeah, and it's just not going to work because even if I make it a var, it's not going to compile. So I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. This guide is wrong. Set global texture. Oh, it's doing that within the render texture though. Okay, maybe it's not wrong. Maybe I'm just wrong. Yeah, I'm just... Render target identifier. Okay, never mind. I'm wrong. I was assuming it was doing shader global. Nah, I'm wrong. Okay. I think that's everything based off of how this guy defines it. Never mind. Maybe his tutorial is actually the greatest thing ever, and it's gonna solve all my problems. I can finally stop worrying about this fog issue and just work on making this, cleaning up this code and making it look and work, be structured in a way that makes sense. It's not very cool. Let's just look at the HLSL shader. It's not doing the thing. It's okay. Calm, composed. I'm not gonna freak out. It's all good. It's all good. We're all good right now, guys. Guys, we're so good right now. We're so good right now. Yeah, we're fantastic. Oh, even better. It's a gray value. So something's happening. Something's happening. I'm just not sure what that is. Let me see if I veered off from the light, because it could very well be the case that I veered off at some point from the right path. Maybe I'm just a lost lamb. Dear shepherd boy. I have no clue what you're doing. Okay, ropes. Create a game. Yeah, a game is called Messy Mansion. It's a game about where the character has to clean the corrupted thing. Yep. Is it PC sleeper? Not really. I mean, it's not. It's a midway. It's not too crazy powerful, but it's not bad. It's not terrible. It's just reasonable. All things considered, it's just reasonable. And we're not setting a global shader property anymore. So there's something else going on here in a different script, I'm assuming, in this glow object or post-process CS. but I think that's just doing a function, yeah, material pass that deals with this data. Yeah, and that's a different thing, that has nothing to deal with. Okay. Yeah, that has nothing to do with this. Okay, we're back to feeling a little crazy. I thought maybe I'm just not doing things right. I'm just wrong, but now I'm starting to feel the crazy again. I'm starting to feel the crazy crawl up me a little bit. Oh, he does the cam add buffer though. He does the cam add buffer. So let's just add that as well. Maybe I didn't do that, I don't believe. Maybe that's a secret sauce we're missing here. Maybe it's the thing that's gonna make all our troubles go away. No, stop compiling. And this happens where? Like at the very end, after we do all, yeah, drawing the renderers. Which, okay. That's actually kind of weird to me. We're adding this command buffer to the camera, but like we already did the rendering here, or we drew it. Okay. The Penguin GTA guy. I need some context here. It may look retro and cool, but the money spent on the computer. Yep. Do you need to create a helper? I'm not sure what that means in this context. I'm learning Python and R right now, so I was wondering if I should recognize it. No, it's just C#. Yeah, thank you, Morgan. You're on it. Jeez, man. Jeez Louise, you're on the ball. Does YouTube have? Do you guys know if YouTube has anything for like putting general information for people when they come in? Okay. Everything's now black. Okay, we're gonna do something. Because I want to have like a combined, not combine. I want to have a combined color output here. So we're gonna do alert between 50% alert between this value and the main. Oh my goodness. So that we can see, like, still see stuff here, but we can see if anything's drawn red. And I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that at all. And this tree should also be subject to that as well, now that I think about it. Because I also added that fog ignore component on there. Let me make sure like this stuff even has it. Because I moved the component around and it might have broken things. I'm hoping it didn't. Oh brother, I'm gonna lose it. I didn't have the component on here. Maybe I could have been right. I could have been right this entire time and I wouldn't have known. Oh my goodness. Oh brother. So all this testing I was doing, I might have been right at some point in the stream. I could have been right at the very beginning of the stream, dude. Oh no, that's even worse. That's even worse, actually. Okay. Well, that's not great. Okay, just not gonna. Still not working, so I'm gonna hope that that wasn't. Do any of you have the fog renderer? Okay, good. Good. Fog ignore. That's what I meant. Okay, we're just gonna. Let me make this more like 75. Heavy on this. Crazy progress, bro. Hell yeah. Thank you, Membry. Another Morgan. Cozy, my guess is you'd have to use a chatbot and set up an automated message like Cloudbot. Yeah. I'm gonna have to look at the APIs for YouTube. I guess we're gonna have to do that. That's just what we're gonna have to do. gonna have to do a stream of doing like a YouTube chatbot thing. Actually, I'm not sure I should do that, or I should do it once I do basic configuration so that like I'm not exposing keys. That would be kind of important. Not exposing my keys would be very valuable. Okay, that's just the ground. Okay. Okay. Where's the main camera? Let me see what's going on with this command buffer that we've added now. If it doesn't do things the way I want it to, we're gonna do things my way. The way I initially thought about doing it, and the way I think is gonna be right, morally. Not just technically, but morally correct. I'm not even seeing the command buffer get added here. What's going on? Oh, it's getting added down here. Oh, and you're ooh, that's a lot of command buffers. Ooh. Ooh. That's not good. There's also I mean, it should have the same properties actually, so. But yeah, that's not great. We have the depth camera. Main camera. Where's our fog lighter? Yeah, because camera gets set because we construct our own. Yeah. Which, by the way, we should correctly name this actually, because that just caused confusion. It shouldn't affect anything, but it does cause confusion. Depth camera. And no, we're not doing this formally serialized as business. We're gonna break references, I don't care. And then we have our actual camera, which I guess you can make it a serialized field. It doesn't really matter because it's attached to here. So I can just do camera equals. And I mean, I'm gonna try hooking into this here, but maybe having these bad boys target texture. That's for depth. Yeah, that's for the depth stuff. Yeah, it's a different thing. Yeah, we're gonna set this to use the actual proper camera, and if it doesn't work, then we're gonna just. It also has this matrix offset stuff there, which shouldn't be on there because we're not. Okay. Okay. This is your last chance, buddy. Buddy, pal, friend, man, dude. Your last chance, man. And then we're gonna go off-road again, and hopefully it doesn't hurt us again. Got time to play. Yeah, I have quite a few days. Yeah, kind of. It's I mean, kind of somewhat regularly. I think I'm going to settle into a Monday, Wednesday, Friday type thing, probably. And maybe a Saturday stream on occasion. Just to be productive. I think that's roughly what I'm looking to do. Something different, but something still wrong. Still wrong. But now at least it's attaching. We have camera buffers on the right camera object. Right? Is that what we're having here? Yep, a crap ton of them, by the way. Fantastic. Yeah, we're just increasing it every single frame. That's terrible. Okay, we're not going to do this. Oh, I may have to actually just do this, because it's one last thing before I rip this out. I think this is supposed to be called once the way they have it set up. Actually, no. I don't even know, man. Okay, never mind. We're just going to say, nah, dog. It's my turn. We're going to do things my way. The right way. We're going to do a null equal. a null coalescing operator to create a new command buffer. Or actually, no. Actually, that's fine. No. So if it's null, we're going to do some initializations, have stuff here. I'm assuming if it's null, we haven't initialized this either. This can actually be a null coalescing operator for all I care. We're going to create our texture. It's going to be golden. We're not doing this anymore. We don't do this here. We don't do this here. I'm going to do a depth of 24 though. And again, tossing it here because that should be a one-time thing we do once. And then buffer, yeah, we name it here. We might as well attach that information there. And then set global texture. Now we're going to modify that with the, we are going to add the clear target thing, I think. Actually, we're going to add the clear target every single frame before we draw anything. And then we have our set render target. We're not going to do that. We are going to set the shader set global texture with our fog name and our new text. And maybe I should make this text actually like a private property. I don't think it should be subject to any kind of garbage collection, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, we're going to be using this a while. Yeah, it's not a big deal. On the side off screen, it's just for my utility. So this is how Pixel is made. This is how the Pixel is made. This is how we make the dough dog. We're making a game, Tomaso. I'm a designer. Is this normal flow for engineers? No. Even like the hardcore engineers, I don't think do this kind of thing. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay to be a little different. Clear render target. And then we draw the renderer. I wonder if this property is going to do anything weird. Because we either do that or we can draw mesh, but I think this should be fine in of itself. Add command buffer before lighting. Yeah, we'll still do that. Actually, no, we're not going to do that. We're not queuing into camera events to execute code here. No. We're doing this explicitly when it needs to be done. That's exactly what we're going to do. And you know what? We're going to keep doing this. We're going to do this like after every single frame just to be 100% sure that we're setting stuff. Okay, cool. We set our view matrix, projection matrix. Beautiful. We draw our renderer. Okay. Let's roll. Let's just see how this works. I'm the teacher of all these guys. Yeah, you've unfortunately have been given this responsibility. Like, you've inherited it. Likewise, you, Morgan. That's what you've earned. I should have like a UI thing to also display in the corner, like a mini version of the depth texture. Or of the, yeah, just for debugging purposes, just to make life a bit easier. Instead of doing this, yeah, let me just do that actually. 1 second, we're gonna do that. Let me make a UI, canvas, and then we're gonna have a raw texture on here. Create UI. Where's a raw texture? Raw image. That's fine. And I'm gonna move you a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna move you to like negative 500. negative 800. Actually, no. 500. And then negative, no wait, positive 200. Like there. And then we're gonna make you a bit wider. We're gonna give you a width of like 1080. And then we're gonna scale you down by a certain amount of factors. Like that, so we can see a small version of this. And then in the volumetric light, we're gonna add a reference to what are we looking for? Raw image. Just for testing purposes. And then on initialization, texture is going to be equal to text. No, not text. Text. And now we just have to set the reference. I could do game object.find, but I'd rather not. That's fine. Not an only small. No, it's fine for me. The only annoying part comes from like UIs, but for code navigation and doing the things I normally do, it's actually pretty fine. I'm usually pretty good with it. Raw image. Yeah, there we go. Where's our camera? Main camera. This should be a serialized property. Yeah, I should have made this public, shouldn't I? Or serialized field if we're gonna be nerds about it, but it doesn't really matter because we're gonna delete it anyway. So I don't have to. Why am I doing best practices? Or I guess in better. Why am I conforming to style guide when I can just ignore it? Okay, here we go. Raw image. Put that bad boy right there. And hopefully when we press play, we should see the thing there. And let me also modify the shader real quick. We're not going to do that whole. Now that we have this debug image, ideally, I should just be able to. Here we go. Just return main. No, not main color. Actually, we should just be able to let this rip. And we're going to see whatever outputs. We're not even seeing the raw. Oh, is it because it's transparent? Is that what's going on here? Is that texture just transparent? Is that what's going on? If that's the case, then I'm actually fine with that. That means it's working correctly. Yeah, texture. Yeah. It's right there. That's where it's working. Yeah. Seems to be working correctly. Using bilinear filtering, but that's not important. Okay, so it should be working there. So now if we have any kind of input, output, or drawing, or what have you, we will see it in here. Oh, I just got lost. I got disoriented for a second. Yeah, we're not seeing anything drawn there. And, okay, cool. So now the next thing I want to do, because I believe, it's not going to make a difference, really. It really shouldn't. But now we're using the main camera to do this effect. Like matrix. Yeah, let's make sure we're using the, I guess it is this transform. Yes, that should be fine. The one thing that's a little sus is the camera main. That can change potentially. So now we're going to use explicitly the current main camera matrix, projection matrix for this. This should be fine. There's also the example Unity did where they do draw a mesh and it takes a matrix 4x4.identity as well, but yeah, it doesn't have that there. So we're gonna do something here. We're gonna make this a bit more powerful. Not powerful, we're just gonna make it a bit easier for ourselves. So I can just go between these two different means of rendering. So we're gonna do, oh my goodness, I suck. So now I can replace this. And we can go back here, press play. I'm gonna draw both things actually now. Actually, I'm just gonna try both methods and see what goes on. See if we can have anything, because right now we're not getting anything to draw here, which is kind of the most annoying part. How long it takes to get used to Vim shortcuts? A while. It takes a while. I think it took me, like, honestly, I had to get through the first week. That was the most painful thing. I think after the first week, I started getting actually pretty okay at it. I wasn't greatly frustrated. I was able to, like, write things and navigate code fine. The weird thing is that when you start using Vim motions and you go back to things like Notepad, which doesn't have that, it becomes very weird. It feels very odd. So, like, you start feeling the need to make everything be Vim motions, everything you possibly can, and like even the stuff I do in Linux world, I have to do it. Like in file navigation, I have to use something with like some basic Vim Vim configurations, or like even for like music, I have to actually, again, same type deal. So it morphs everything. Everything becomes like you have to. It's like a drug, dude. Like once you feel that the motions, you want everything to be that motion. I can't go back to Google Docs, honestly. Yeah, I'm on Linux though. What's up, Gumball Waterson? Is person 2 innocent and worth the $20 asking price? I don't even know. It's Persona 2. No, I have no idea. I can't give any comments, dude. Welcome to the amazing world of programming. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the amazing world of programming. Amazing world. The amazing world. Still having this issue. Still having this. We're using both things. We're drawing both meshes. And we're still having this. So that's very odd. We're just gonna keep adding different methods of drawing until we get something right. By golly, we're gonna try every single ding-dang permutation until we get something on the dang screen. I tell you what, boy. I tell you what. We're gonna get this eventually. We're gonna get this eventually. We're gonna get this eventually. We're gonna do everything. And let me go back here to Unity's official command buffer thing. Yeah, it's looking into camera events, but we're not doing that. Set view matrix, draw mesh. Yeah, the do mesh matrix 4x4 dot identity. Look matrix, look at. Yeah, and then let's make sure we're actually calling. I'm pretty sure we're calling this function. Yeah, it's used here before we do the whole blitting process. So that this should be, the new information should be chucked over to the stuff. Okay, just gonna do everything, just throwing everything. Like Cave Johnson, we're just kind of throwing science at the wall here, guys. We're just throwing science at the wall and seeing what sticks. And so far, nothing's sticking. Nothing is sticking. Interesting. Do you guys remember like asking someone out in high school and getting rejected, and like, you know, the words leave your mouth and you see their expression change, and then you instantly kind of know? That's not what I'm feeling right now. What I'm feeling right now is actually more akin to like going to Tinder and matching with people and like saying like messages like, hey, what's up? We matched and it seems like we're a good match. I'd like to know more about you. And then being left on red. And then you do that like another 50 times and you're left on red. This is what that feels like. Like I'm trying so hard to find love in the city and I'm just being left on red right now. We're just getting nothing. Nothing. No feedback. Nothing. Just a broken heart right now, man. Then pirate software. Great setup. Now all he needs to do is contact aliens using a radio transmitter. I have the radio right here, dude. In fact, we're using a CD player to play everything here, which by the way, it's running low on battery. And then we're using an FM transmitter to this radio, which is piping out to those speakers, which is being recorded with this microphone that I have right there. So we could do that. Like I could. All right, warning guys, audio warning. Like I'm gonna change the channel real quick. Audio warning. 1 second. The future, guys. It's the future. It's the future, man. Think about this. FM radio. There's no server. There's no internet packets being transmitted. No TCP, UDP, HTTP protocols. No get sets. No puts. No nothing like that. Just good old-fashioned FM. It just works, dog. It just works. Before we had Internet of Things, we just had things that worked. What you coding, son? Some HLSL stuff, dude. BMC Gaming. Also, the Tinder stuff is so real. Yeah. How much have you been coding? How did you learn? I'm going to school for it, and I'm just curious. Yeah, I started in middle school. Self-taught. Googled a lot of stuff. I kind of stagnated a lot, to be honest. Like, I worked on a bunch of projects, and I learned some things here and there, but I felt like if I had a mentor or someone who was much more knowledgeable than me, I could have grown more. I did game jams, and that was helpful. Then I went to college, studied CS, switched to IT because it was easier, and I just wanted to graduate on time, and, you know, and then I got jobs. I got a job just thanks to a connection with, I made at a game jam, and then, yeah, and I got my current job, you know, honestly, thanks to God, like, brother, dude. The only reason I have that job is because Jesus helped me out, dog. Because I was not qualified. I felt like I did terrible in the interviews, and I think for whatever reason I just rolled nat 20s on like on dialogue options. Like I think that's like the only way that can describe how I got this job. And you know, from there I realized how inadequate my knowledge was, but it was very helpful because the people there were very patient. They gave me a lot of resources, and I just started learning like crazy, like on my spare time, reading a bunch of books, doing a lot of projects, trying to apply different ideas in practice in my own code and games before actually applying it to work, and going from there. The shader can't be the issue, right? There's no way the shader is the problem. There's no way the shader is a problem here. Let's just make sure that's not the case. There's no way the shader is a problem. But like at the same time, I don't trust. How am I getting the shader again? We're doing a resources load, right? Red buffer. Yeah, red buffer. Yeah, it looks like it's supposed to. This guy is a very cozy space, trust me guys. For example, organizing your plushies and body pillows. Oh my goodness. What books did you read that helped you learn? I have some here, 1 second. Now here's the thing, right? Like, it's important knowledge to have for commercial, like professional programming. But then there's also the other side of it where people overuse it, right? And so you're gonna get this experience. It's something that's gonna happen where you just had no knowledge of it, so you just didn't do it, and then you had knowledge of it and you use it everywhere, and then you find the middle ground of like when it's appropriate to use and when you can just do something else. Let me grab it real quick though. All right, 1 second. So at least the 2 foundational books for me. There's another one called The Mythical Man Month too that I need to find. I have it here. I know I have it. But you have Design Patterns for Reusable Object-Oriented Code. It's not really popping up on camera. That's probably the best I can get it. But yeah, it's going to give you a bunch of different design patterns, elements of reusable object-oriented software by Eric Gamma, Richard Helm, Ralph Johnson, John Sides. Gives you a bunch of different structures for object-oriented structures you can use that help for different types of problem domains that you might be facing. The other one is Clean Architecture by Robert C. Martin. He's kind of controversial, like not controversial. Like some people are like, oh, he makes everything he says makes sense, and then there's other people who are like, hey, if you do these principles, you're gonna experience some code slowdown. Like Casey Moritore has a video about it, but I think no matter what, it's important to understand the principles here, like solid, dry, whatnot, and kind of assessing like the boundaries between you and other people, because that's kind of a big thing if you're working professionally, is that you're probably going to be doing code with other people. So understanding how to break up responsibilities and that kind of stuff is important, and lowering the language cost or communication cost in your design is helpful. It's not explicitly about communication costs, but I think a lot of what you're doing here is to try to reduce cognitive overload, to make it easier to deal with. So, two good books. The other one I mentioned, The Mythical Man Month, that's more for project management, but I think there's just some good ideas that not translate in any kind of concrete way, but kind of gives you better intuition about how you approach managing projects, which, for me, and like for work, sometimes I have to design features and break work up into design features in a way that can be broken up to other people who can work on different tasks asynchronously. So having an understanding of like the human cost of it and how things scale is pretty important, because adding another programmer to your team is not going to increase it by the productivity by 1. It's like a diminishing return kind of thing in practice. Uncle Bob, yep. That's what they call Robert C. Martin. Thank you. I'm glad, Nick Graffin. Slightly unrelated to coding, but what is the name of the protagonist? I have no idea, dude. I've been working with this for a year. We call him Dudeski, I think, informally in the Discord, but I don't know, man. Un juego, sí. También hace como con el chat. Ya. Cuando yo pueda. Project management, like UMLs. Yeah, no, not UMLs. More abstractly, and it's not tied to concrete stuff like UMLs. Our UMLs is more like for architecting things. The project management side is like understanding that there's a real communication cost, and that there's different domains of product and software, and yeah, it's more about like the hidden costs of development, and it kind of like outlines some of the basic ideas like tracking like man months, and the difficulties of trying to do such a thing, and like a lot of things you might be aware of, like agile and whatnot, kind of spawn from that book. It's kind of a very important book that kind of shaped how how people do management for software, or at least influenced it in a certain degree. We have our fog ignore here. We have our mesh filter. We're not using the collider here. We're not using certain things. What are we doing here? Yeah, I'm just making sure that this is also like red. Like, I almost kind of try this in isolation as well, this camera. Because I'm trying to figure out why nothing is being shown when passing in this camera projection. And like, I just copy and paste it. I didn't go off script here. I just let the good old people at Unity tell me what to do. And unless they're liars, which maybe they might be, who knows? But unless they're liars. -1, -1, 0 identity. Okay, I also mentioned that there's like another way to get like a view matrix. Which, by the way, I know I'm using this transform, but I also just want to be sure that this is the camera transform. It should be, but at the same time, I'm feeling paranoid, dude. I'm feeling paranoid. They're scaring me. Position, forward look matrix. They're scaring me. But yeah, I believe you should be able, like, there's camera, get view. Non-jitter projection matrix. No, that's for projections. I don't even know. I have to look at something. Let's just view, like, let's Google that specifically. You need get view. How do I calculate the view matrix using a 4x4? Okay, they're doing the same thing, I think. I imagine they're going to end up producing the same thing. The original accepted answer is bad. Wait, what? What did we encounter? The original accepted answer is bad. Using this instead and see the original post below. If system uses reverse Z buffer. Oh yeah, because there's different APIs, I guess. Oh, I'm using OpenGL. Maybe that might be a weird thing for them too. Okay, beautiful. To camera space, so you need to inverse transform of the camera since the normal transform. And it's different. Okay. And I don't think anything here is checking for that, so maybe the crux of this has been... Okay, view matrix. Yeah, we're not doing that. Actually, let's just... Okay, that is like ultra cramped. So let's make this a view a bit more matrix. So what? I'm pretty sure there's more to it than that. So is it really just like a weird API thing? Like, or it might be flipped. And I think this is the full answer he was referring to. Yeah, I think that might be what he was referring to. Oh my goodness. Oh day. Oh starry day, night, whatever. If this is the answer. If this is the answer, dude. Dude, what did I just read? I just turned around and I just saw it. Don't forget meth is the key to banger code. Nah, dude. Just be straight loose, man. I don't even take caffeine, really. Actually, most of my life, I only started taking caffeine this year. Because usually I have bad reactions to it. Like my heart, for whatever reason, just does not like it. But I drink this mushroom coffee, which I don't even think has like real caffeine in it. Operators like variables and cosine and sine things are way too much math for me. No, dude, sine and cosine are the funnest things. You can do so much with it, dude. In here, no. He's using linear algebra for his project, BMC Gaming. Yeah, some 3D stuff. I mean, nothing that crazy. But, is use reverse Z buffer. That's a whole thing, dude, I have to worry about now. Z buffer. Why is there no standards? I think software in the 80s and 90s needed like a czar or a dictator or something who just dictated all the APIs, and good or bad, rain or shine, that's gonna be the standard across everything. Unix, Linux, BSD, Windows, whatever. Web. Yeah, I'm still not getting anything. My goodness, dude, we're being left on red. What a tragic day this is. Dude, I almost kind of want to phone a friend. I almost want to phone a friend, dude. Brother. So I'm assuming this is not the issue then. And it inverts the values for these matrices. Okay. And then we're drawing all this stuff and nothing's sticking. Nothing's sticking. That is crazy, dude. Let me also make sure that there's like something in here. Like there's actually an iteration happen. Drew. Also, double quotes. Just to make sure I'm not doing something dumb. Helps in coding, but more advanced programming, really. Math. IBM. ¿Qué pasó? Es ahí. Pero quiero usar algo más fácil para ahora. Pero va a usarlo uno de estos días. That is fair. Some eyes all need it on coding robotics and AI. I rarely use calc when I code, but I'm also not a game coder, just back-end days. Honestly, I don't really use calc, dude. Or at the very least, like, intuitive calculus, like the idea of derivatives, like, hey, you know, a change in position is a velocity, and change of velocity is acceleration, and so on and so forth. Like, simple stuff like that, at least for me, for the things I've done. And then some matrix stuff, because you need it for a lot of rendering stuff. Yeah, dude. Okay, actually, I did this whole print thing for a reason. We're drawing, right? Tell me we're drawing. Yeah, we're drawing. We drew a bunch of times, so this is being called. This is not an empty collection. There's stuff that's there that's being did for one reason or another, and we're not getting the thing. And I feel lied to. It feels as though I've been lied to. Camera transformed opposition. Yeah, because we ignore this stuff. Set view matrix. Yeah, this is happening. It's being called. We're drawing like a bunch and not receiving anything. And then we do the shader, set global shader thing. Yeah. Yeah, this is where I get like a friend or something to look at this, because I'm actually genuinely befuddled. Or maybe I just sleep on this a little bit. Maybe this is what we do, dude. Maybe that's just what we do, dude. I feel like conceptually I have the right understanding, but there's like just one weird trick, guys, to have your rendering work the way you want it to. Maybe I just didn't pay $5 on that sketchy website to get the answers. Maybe that's just what's happening here. Okay, that's a new function. Let me try something here. Okay, we just found something new. No, but then like execute draw. What? Like, no, we don't want to execute the command buffer, because we're not just drawing from the camera. We're doing like explicit draw calls onto it. Also, it's not being called from a. Luego en que limpias el mundo. Thank you, Morgan. Dude, dang, Morgan, bust out the Spanish. Lovely information from everyone. I appreciate it. Does anyone have any personal resources they use to enhance their coding knowledge and skills? I'm sure I can ask online, but here's one. I'll tell you. It's a video. This is a great resource because it's free and it's very informative. It's helped me a lot with my 3D math. There's a person named Freya on YouTube. She has a great series that kind of introduces you to like different math topics. So like you'll get acquainted with the basic stuff, like, you know, your simple cross products, dot products, some vector math, some basic ideas of shaders. Yeah. Cook. Let me find her. Also, by the way, I'm gonna pause this real quick. 1 second. The Weather Channel? Have you guys heard the battle theme? This is for the Weather Channel, dude. This is for the Weather Channel. And it sounds like actual boss battle music from Kingdom Hearts. Like, not even memeing, it's actually from the Weather Channel. You can find a broadcast where it's used. Like, the boss battle is a tornado or a hurricane or whatever. Like, what am I seeing? I'm seeing something, guys. We see progress. I'm seeing something. There's this red thing that's attacking and assaulting me. I'm seeing something. What? It's happening. It happened. Just from calling execute command buffer. Why would that? Oh my goodness. It's happening. One of our projections. We're in Dark World right now. I'm not sure how we got here. I'm not sure how we ended up in Dark World. But I'm so happy. What's this red thing that's following us? I'm so confused. So there's like some math that's wrong. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what the math is that's wrong. But we're getting something. Someone texted back. You know, like, we shot our shot on Tinder, matched. I said something to them. And then she said, "You're disgusting, you're a pig." And I'm like, yes, finally, someone said something. I wasn't left on red. All right, even if it's an insult, I'm taking it, dude. There's a red thing on the screen, and that's more than I've seen all night, dude. Oh my goodness, dude. That is so freaking good, man. Yeah, brought to you by the Weather Channel, dude. Brought to you by the Weather Channel. Oh, just kidding, man. Oh, dude, that was kind of insane. That was actually kind of insane. A weather boss battle for my first game. I did literally made me think about that, bro. Try instrument music. He's the best. Instrument manic. What's instrument manic? But what is this stuff? What is it? A maniac? I just like. Oh, that sounds pleasant. That sounds very pleasant. I like that bass sound. Oh, I think I've seen this video where he's using like a bunch of instruments. Yeah, 111 instruments and 111 seconds. Yeah, it sounds very pleasant. I want to get more instruments, dude. I want to get there's a Russian instrument, a stringed instrument. He's got a Rittenbacher bass. Those are pretty nice. I can't believe it, dude. We actually have some progress going on here. Graphics execute command buffer. I'm not sure. We're having this weird stuff going on though. Like, I'm not sure which one of these things is working correctly. Yeah, they do this simple thing and then Unity's documentation says, hey, do this whole rigmarole to like... I wonder if it's just the view matrix being odd. I'm liking this song though. Unironically pretty dang good. Thank you for the recommendation. Yeah, I thought you said we were talking about Insane in the Rain music. Kind of wild. There's like multiple YouTube music people with Insane in their name. Money into my account, brother. I'd like to code money into my account. Actually, I get a decent amount, but a good amount. But I'm not saying that. I guess technically, I get it from coding. I don't think it's the same thing as coding money into my account. I feel like when you say that, there's some nefariety that's kind of implied by that. Like there's some plot, some evil thing, some evil scheme that where we're just finding this, I don't know, infinite money glitch or this piping money into someone's account thing. It's like transferring from one person's account to another person's account. It works. It works. It's doing the thing. Oh, beautiful day. Okay, we can modify the shader. Literally what did I tell you guys? I told you it was like one line of code, one magic word that was going to fix all my problems. And what was it? There was one magic word that fixed all my problems. Let's make this... This is not behaving the way I want it to, though. But I can deal with this. I can live with this. I mean, kind of. It's kind of odd how this is... Because even if we ignore this, the way we composite the shadows is not how we're supposed to be doing this. Now, we reached the end of the mix, guys. We reached the end of the mix. Yeah, this is not doing things that we're supposed to. Even if I get rid of this, also that debug thing isn't showing up either, which is also weird. But one thing at a time. Yeah, like look at this. The main. 1 second. 1 second. No, it's not the canvas that's doing anything weird. We have to reference a depth buffer for that too. There's gonna be some weird artifacts from that. And there's some weird projections over there too. Okay, but this one, there's one of these that are working fine. So, okay. How did this break everything? Oh. Are we drawing this directly onto the... Oh, brother. Are we gonna have another just yet another camera? Is that what we're gonna have to do? All right, 1 second. We should end the mix. Let me get another CD in here. We're gonna get into the deep chill kind of focus for the night. My bad. Let me just put the radio transmitter back on. We're good again. Yeah, wrong button. I'm trying to eject the CD. Here we go. Jeez. Don't get mad. Okay. Let me put this in my little CD case. And we're gonna do like the final, I'm assuming the final mix for the night. And if not, maybe I'll just put some music from YouTube, but this will be the one. Zawardo. Alright. Let's not scratch up the disc. Oh, I'm kind of struggling here. 1 second. Okay. Final one for the night. Okay. Open this bad boy back up. In you go. I guess I'm doing off stream. And press play. I still have some water. Let me do a few squats real quick, guys. Just so my legs don't get tired out or tuckered out. Why are you so finagly? Here we go. Alright, some squats. Alright, I forgot to ask last time, are you using RxJS? I'm not using JavaScript, but I am using UniRx for Unity and C#, which is kind of the same idea. It's still like reactive extensions. It's pretty good. I like it. Has a lot of helpful structures and things in there. It makes life a little bit more convenient. What did I just modify? Oh, I guess I was doing like minor cleanup stuff. Gotta get rid of this. And get rid of... Yeah, we're doing the player stuff. Yeah, the V matrix was either the V matrix or the graphics execute command buffer thing was off. Either way, you might have to have a I don't know what this is using to execute its commands on. But I'm assuming it's like drawing to the screen. That would be like my guess. Or it's setting it to main. Let me try something real quick. Because when we create our buffer, is it... What is the overload for this? Active render target. So like, what are the overloads? That's what I'm looking for here. For render target bindings, render target binding. Because I want to see if, because maybe I think, what I'm thinking is happening is maybe this is outputting onto the main camera and it's just shading that, as opposed to like chucking this into the, into a global property. So I'm wondering maybe that's the issue here. We're gonna try recompiling it. I need Vim bindings. Yeah, they're great. I mean, just using the default ones. Or, sorry, my work requires me to be between 10 different languages, so basically I'm good with Java, C#, now getting with TS, TypeScript, so I'm not awesome at anything. Yeah, but honestly, a lot of this stuff is very, I mean, there's nice general language, general knowledge you can have. A lot of these different things translate in a lot of different ways. The TypeScript is just kind of odd in general. Yeah, so this command buffer execute thing is just not peachy for me, because it's kind of drawing over stuff. So if not this property, can I set it to text? There seems to be an overload for it, or a casting that's fine. It usually puts it on the command buffer of the primary graphics device, creates on the editor, should be OpenGL on Linux. Yeah, it's OpenGL on Linux. Ooh, maybe your delay is big. Get some help from Gemini or ChatGPT. I just set up VS Code. Nah, I'm good. I don't do AI stuff usually. I'm fine with doing that for work if need be, but for personal stuff, nah. Let's look at this. Hey, and now things are rendering correctly. Oh, beautiful. Sweet, so now you guys can see the actual the buffer up front. Nice, in the corner. This is so sick. This is finally what we're doing. Nice. Very, very nice. It's not lining up the way it should be though. That's good enough for right now. And if I go away over here, now let me reintroduce that HLSO script I kind of commented out. Okay. Is it not gonna work? It's still not working. Interesting. Oh, because I removed the return main color. Nice! We finally have the effect we wanted, guys. So now, no matter how far away you are, rooms are still rendered at their original color from far away. So you're not like, you can't lose them. Now the issue is that there's this weird effect that's gonna happen called not overdrawing, but like it doesn't account for occlusion. So we need to check for that. So the good thing is that we have the depth buffer already, so we can kind of, I think, compare value. I'm trying to think how we're going to go about doing this though. Because I might have to do the depth buffer in tandem with that. Also, ordering matters. It's a queue. Yeah, I'm talking about from India on my day off. Oh, got you. Should probably open Unreal and work on my game idea. Hey, man. There's a time for work and there's a time for rest. And if today's your rest day, dude, so be it. Let it be rest. But if there's an idea that compels you and is interesting, then by all means, my friend, be encouraged to tackle it. NVM NeoVim tutorial when? Honestly, man, there's probably some better. There's YouTube's out there, YouTube videos explaining that will do it better than I could. If I'm gonna be real with you, and honestly, I'm kind of basic. Like, I'm not using any advanced features. Just normal navigation, selection stuff. You know, there's the Control V, capital I, do something, press escape, and apply it on multiple lines thing. And then like select stuff, S, I don't know, raw depth, G, and replace all instances of that. That's a thing. That's it. You have all my knowledge there. You have all my knowledge. You can surpass me. That's pretty much, and then GT to go between, or if I have multiple window panes, Control WW to do that, but I'm not doing that with this monitor because how small it is, so can't afford to do that. Yeah, we need to have like some kind of depth value for this guy. That's a thing. Or maybe we can encode depth onto it. I don't know. Because the other option is like doing like a depth map. Like having this, instead of just drawing that stuff explicitly, we also have that R value be oh, I actually don't know how I was going to deal with that overdraw thing. I thought it was going to be simple because I already have the depth map. I realized the depth map for this is you still need the value, the depth value of that object to compare the fragment depth. That's the main thing. And the thing I do have, no, I don't have. It's on the image. Yeah. So what I could do is instead make it generate a depth map with or modify the shader and make one that draws a depth into it already. I mean, we have the transform per vertex. We can like literally populate that data in some form or fashion. It just has to be the same value space as this, because we're comparing against these depth maps. So I still wouldn't want to do that manually. I'd probably want to have something else do that. What is this ambient music? It's some stuff from there's like a Windows ambient playlist you can find. Actually, I think I have the video. 1 second. I'll find the name of the video. I downloaded it, but Nostalgic Soundscapes, I think is the YouTube channel. Series 1, Season 1, Episode 4, Ascended Windows 98 Dreamcore Retro Ambient. That's the video. Just search that, you'll find the thing you want. You can go to town there. And I have this on the CD, so processing it a little bit, just to give it a little something different, you know. Add some additional ambience. Yeah, because I think there's a reason I'm also transmitting it from the FM radio. I think the CD and the FM radio just add something to it. The CD maybe not as much, aside from skipping, but the FM transmission definitely does something, I feel. At least that's my opinion. Wow, I've been following for almost a week. Building that game. Still hope left. That game. Still hope is left. Not everything is BS. Yep. People still care. Who needs Tinder when you've got YouTube Live? Yeah, honestly, dude. We meet again. Yes, we do, Chris Wright. We meet again. I prefer. That's my preference, Dev or Div. But that's all right. Cheese drone, right? Actually, did I turn it off? Actually, I'm not sure how much I can hear the ambience on this one, if I'm gonna be honest with you. And either way, we move on. Can you notch information from one shader to the other shader so that shader 2 can get the MVP space info and skip things in that space? No, because it is a post-processing thing, the post-processing effect I'm doing. It's a post-process thing. Yeah. So at this stage for this shader, we're gonna be dealing with the texture, final texture value outputs. So yeah, let me think through this a little bit too, because I'm thinking. I mean, it kind of sucks, guys. We just figured out how to draw things explicitly, and I'm realizing, I neglected occlusion. And really, we're just trying to compare the value for this, of like the actual value of that drawn red thing versus, I guess we have the camera projection thing. So like we can pass in the camera projection information, and then we can calculate a depth or something from that. And then use that for comparison on the red channel. Though the thing is that that's a single channel. It's like not high precision compared to what we're using for the normal depth map. So there would be some weird oddities that can happen. But I think in that instance, maybe the precision isn't as. Oh no, there would be some weird stuff that could emerge. Oh man, we finally get a victory, and then we realize, ooh, maybe I was actually dead all along. Maybe the samurai had sliced me 3 business days prior to that, and I only just realized I had been cut. We should also figure out which one of these projections are correct, or which one of these draw calls are correct. I'm kind of assuming the draw renderer should be correct, but because it's the one that conforms. Actually, no, the draw identity one should be the correct one if we go based off of Unity, but I don't know. Texture. Yeah. So I think we might do that. I think I might actually just do that. And then, because I think even with the depth map, if we make a new camera that culls everything that doesn't have like this, because honestly it might make things simpler, weirdly enough, than using this whole thing, because instead we can have like instead of attaching a component, we can just add like a layer to it or something that marks it for not inclusion, or for fog ignoring, and if we do it that way, then it's just still not iterated through that many objects, only the ones with that culling, with that layer, appropriate layer. And the information we're getting is not just whether or not something is ignored or not ignored. It now becomes instead a depth value for things that are going to be not ignored. So we can just compare those two depth values, and like that would be the thing. I'm gonna keep this code because I think this is I'm definitely gonna do something with this at some point in the future. Like, it's good to know this and have this in my back pocket. I might just put this in the Discord or something, or commit it right now just to have that history. But I think what we're gonna have to do here is have either or repurpose the camera maybe, but I might just do this joint again, just with a specific layer culling cull setting on it. And I'm still unproductive. Yeah, man. It's amazing what you can do with one monitor. I think I should also shift to YouTube Live, whatever again. I feel like going out into the world again, because touching grass is not helping. Yeah. Dude, I tried touching grass. I wasn't going to stream today. The idea was I'm going to take today off and I'm going to just relax and be with my family and go do a bunch of stuff, you know. Go. And I was at the zoo with them, and I was just thinking, I was like, I think I know what I messed up with. And I was thinking, like, what can I try different this time when I go to sit down and code? Turns out nothing I was thinking about was actually correct. But the point stands nonetheless that even when you're touching grass, I'm still thinking about it. You can't not think about it. It's like the Green Goblin mask. You know? Actually, we're gonna repurpose this. We're gonna use the same exact object and just... Honestly, I don't even think I have to make a new object. I can just, like, keep shoving... Oh, we're gonna learn a bunch today. We're gonna do a lot of stuff that I haven't done. Oh, that's for creating this target texture, which we'll probably also need to do as well. And this also sets something there. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do like that. I think this actually, the more I think about it, the more I feel like this is kind of the right way, I think. And then just have to change this to be something else. Is that fog ignore? Yeah. So I'm gonna co-opt this shader property with this now. Yeah, this is the fog ignore depth. I'll call it fog ignore. Is that what I called it? Yeah, and that worked. Okay. So we do this stuff, same thing. And now we just have to do the layer. Layer call distance. Or is it culling layers? Culling mask. And then probably have to make a new mask. Let me go into my layers and make a new thing. Occlusion. Let's find a nice unoccupied. I think 13 will probably be unoccupied. One second, I'm gonna catch up with chat in a second. 1 second, guys. What is it called? I just went to the class, dude. Am I crazy? Oh no, it's tags. No. Yeah, it's called Oh my goodness, this is... I'm stupid. I made my layers. Stupid assembly. Not assembly. Assembler. Assemblies. I'll never forgive them. It's because I have this in the project in a different assembly than the other one. Okay. Let me catch up real quick, guys. 1 second. What is he coding? I'm making a game, Twisted. Sorry I didn't get back to you. I do kind of miss the culture of going to the zoo and stuff in the UK and India. We don't have that kind of much of a chill hangout culture. Oh, really? He's coding C# using Unity Engine. Thank you, Morgan. Gosh, on the ball, dude. My CC now, I'll keep you live in the background. Let's do a couple leak code style questions and set up my game. Let's go. Let's go, J-Beer. Or Jai-Beer. Sleepy Subaru. Currently learning JavaScript and Python. Also addicted to this game called Bitburner. Definitely a good way to get into coding if anyone's looking to getting into it. I never heard of BitBurner. Maybe I should give it a look. That sounds interesting. Let me configure some stuff here. Compiling scripts. I wonder how much hours or years of productivity I have lost just waiting for completing domain from compiling domain. Like, legitimately, I wonder how bad this whole thing is. Hopefully this has no implication on collision. I'm far more scared about adding things for collision. Occlusion. What is this occlusion thing I added? What was that for? Oh, that's for, yeah, it's for, yeah, okay, yeah, I remember now. Yeah, we're gonna call this fog ignore. And that would be fine. That should just be fine. And have absolutely no implications with collision or anything else. And if it does, I will scream and riot and cry. I'm gonna scream and shout and let it all out. Okay, here we go. And so now I should be able to go to level 1, set you to fog ignore. Know this object only. And because it has the mesh. And there's one other thing I set to have this component, but whatever. Okay, so we have our fog ignore thing on there, and then hopefully this culling mask thing, we just have this look for that, and then fog ignore target texture, and then we're going to set the global shader property as we did over here. And this time it's going to be fog ignore property. And then I think it should be pretty straightforward. I think in the actual shader, we actually simplify it a little bit more. I think it becomes easier. I think it actually becomes significantly easier because now instead of doing this whole rigmarole of yeah. So instead of doing this and doing the cast skip and then returning main, instead we have actually let's do this. Let me pair them together. Ignore depth. So they're gonna be kind of similar things, doing similar kind of stuff. And then if maybe do like a mathematical expression here, because we have this main and we have this fog value, but we can add another coefficient where it's like float, I don't know, ignore coefficient. And it's going to be like if the ignore fog is greater than the ignore depth. So like if greater would be brighter. I don't think we're inverting it. So like if the ignore fog is higher in value than the ignore. What? Wait, 1 second. Raw depth. Okay, then depth. Yeah. Okay. This is a bad naming. I made some bad names here. And we're gonna cast this to float. But I think, yeah. So if ignore depth is higher than the depth, that means it's closer and we should not. That would be a 1. No, we want to invert that. So it'd be like 1 minus that. Or I can just flip this. So as long as depth is greater than ignore depth, then we keep doing the thing we do. Coefficient. And we're going to see if this works. It either works great or not. Melon. Okay, I'm back. Your son has returned. I guess I have a son now. Absolutely a vibe. Is vibe and a half. Thank you, Twist. Yeah, that's the goal here. That's the goal we're trying to achieve for. What are you making? We're doing a 2.5D 3D platformer. And we're almost done for the night, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be Sundays. It's already Sunday. I'm gonna go to church in the morning, dude. But I just want to see if this works and maybe do a little tweaks if it's needed. But yeah, I'm working on the game. The best vibe I've ever seen. Thank you, Make Money. And I'm gonna show you what I'm making, right? And here we are again, the computer guy who looks like a horror game computer. A horror game computer. So nothing is having this applied to it, and this depth thing is completely white. So let's expect the camera and see what's going on here. There should be 2 cameras. There's no. Okay, so I don't think Unity likes having multiple cameras on one game object. That's what I'm getting from this, which probably is why this is not happy. Am I getting an exception here? I don't know. I'm getting 2 exceptions, so I'm assuming something terrible must have gone wrong. I'm gonna assume that my assumption is correct. That's kind of a redundant statement, isn't it? I'm assuming my assumption. I'm assuming my assuming. Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's trying to search for something, but now the UI is broken. Okay, here we go. Well, that's for project resources. That's not for whatever. I'm gonna do the thing. I tried to being cheeky and ignoring stuff, but nah, we're just gonna do the thing. It's not that much work. It's not that much more work. And then any usage of this that still remains. Death object culling mask. There's also the issue maybe the culling mask is wrong, but I didn't see 2 camera components. I'm going to assume I'm right until proven otherwise. That's just how I'm going to think about this. So we're going to run it. We're going to see if this works good. What if we are little people in a simulation? Nah, totally not, dude. Quick question. Do you think I can dev Unreal on my N1 Pro Mac? I have no idea, man. I have no idea, dude. I have no knowledge about Mac. I know we're like on the M3 series or M4 or something. I don't know. I'm not sure how back away the M1 is and how well Unreal works with it. Okay. So far, bad things are happening. There were 2 game objects with the 2 cameras. That's good, at least. That's good news, Mark. That's good news. Good news, Mark. I'm assuming that this is going to collide only with our fog ignore. Yep, and it seems like that should be the case. We have our target render texture. We have all that fun stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of concerned that... Oh, but we never set the thing. But if everything was backwards, it would be like... This would be the one thing that affected by fog. It would be just flipped. That's not what's happening right now. 1 second, guys. Be right back. Back, just checking out something. Making sure the home is good. Yeah, everything's good here. Back to this, though. Back to this. Depth tab, target texture, depth linear, Not seeing anything of significant. We're using this. We're not. Ooh. That's the problem. I think that's probably the problem. We're not using fog ignore. I'm hoping that was the issue here. Hopefully, yeah, because you're using my depth and depth camera target texture. We are not passing any data there. Okay, hopefully that's just it. I just did a little dum-dum, a little boo-boo, and everything else is gonna just flow. Hopefully everything just flows through. Not that much work, ladies and gentlemen. That's the computer science minds. Yeah. That's the thing that has either led to the destruction of man or the greatest innovations in human history. We have Unix because a guy had 3 weeks and he was like, you know what, it wouldn't be that much work to make an operating system, and I'm not getting the thing I'm looking for. But also, I'm not sure if I'm passing this texture, so let's make sure we are visually seeing the fruits of our product, because I don't have good eyes right with this. We're not having good are we using the same render type? Game object 2, fog ignore, add component. Do we make a new fog ignore.target texture? Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. So we just have to set it to this. And that's why that's all white over there. Okay, now let's actually see what we're getting here. I wonder if we will see games with the same camera style as the original God of War. Yeah, I wonder, honestly. Hi, first time here. Did you have commercial experience? Because when I tried Unity game dev, they asked if I know any frameworks, dependencies, injections, MVC, model view, controller view. Yeah, and there's model view model, MVVM, that kind of stuff. Yeah, we have to do that stuff for like work. Like, those are helpful things to know. I think I mentioned the books earlier today. Principles of Reusable Object-Oriented Programming. Though I think part of it's, I think for some people they can just read books and understand the theory and they're fine with it. But I think for other people there's a need to actually apply it. So this is all red. That is not great. Makes me wonder if there's something afoot here with this. And I really need to name these guys better. These names are not helpful for whatever cause I am doing here. But I'm pretty sure it's going to have only the fog ignore. If I make it everything, does anything change? No, that's okay. That's odd. But it's also being encoded as a red value, so maybe there's something weird with that. But that's very weird. Let's also just make life a bit easier for ourselves, shall we? But aside from that, aside from principles of reusable object-oriented software and some of those things that definitely use all those things in professional, at least Unity application development. Yeah, I mean, that stuff is used professionally. I think that's the TLDR. Is that a CRT monitor? You already know it. Jack F. Gur Fung. Thank you, Michael Bankman. That's usually for UI for sure. A model view, VM and stuff, but it's mostly like the theory. It's always good to know. Oh yeah, no, it's super helpful. Not only just for UI applications, but there's different uses for managing state, for making asset management easier in the Unity side of things. Especially if like you want to divorce a lot of business logic away from like actual assets, which that's the fundamental thing of what it's doing. But like, especially if you have like a game that needs to be like if you have a game for different platforms and are going to behave differently, then like you still want to have the same data you can modify, but different views of dealing with it. Or maybe even like within a game, there's like access to the same data, but like through a different view or context or whatever. Like that stuff makes it very easy and makes things easy to separate from like artists and the programmers. And then there's like, you know, frameworks like UniRX and whatnot, which is helpful for implementing some of these structures. Yeah, here we go. Oh, that's for gig component. Yeah, this is for... Yeah, we have to access this guy here. So we have depth 2, new game object, depth 2, transform, set parent, transform. Depth object 2, transform local position 0, rotation. You have to make sure everything's affine. No, yeah, not affine. Identity, I guess. And then we add the camera to this depth 2 object. That makes sense. And we replicate the same settings as the original camera. Our culling masks makes sense, I believe. Unless I want to invert it. Maybe I have to invert it. I made it like everything to ignore, and by inverting the bits, we actually indicate that we only want to include... Oh, that might be it. But no, there'd be other things showing up then. Yeah, so that doesn't make sense to me. We would still be seeing some effect. I have a monitor of this type. Also works well on my PS2, and even when I use emulator on my computer, I use a CRT filter. Yep, I actually like having this because I like playing some emulated games sometimes, like a Super Nintendo games, and there's a lot of cases where the pixel art just does not look the same because of the pixel art does not look the same because a lot of them were made to they're made to account for scan lines and the effects of them. So yeah, there's some oddities that emerge from that. So we're getting no fog shader at all, no fog effect. I might have to add a certain threshold, like if it's approximately equal instead of equal or greater than, like we do with the sun cast shadows implementation. It's just weird that I'm not seeing anything on there. Let's look at a depth map I know for a fact should be working. Actually, I almost feel inclined to just say like, hey, this is because the texture is not going to display correctly because it's like a different color format than it's a high precision color data format. So I don't think it's going to display things properly. Let me so I'm assuming there's something weird with the shader, likely. So let me actually do some stuff here and try out some different things. So what was the condition we're using here? Yeah, fog depth. If the ignore depth is less than this, that should be a 1. I'm doing casting because I hope, but let's just be explicit about this, just to eliminate possibilities. So if ignore depth is less than depth, and there's might be a case where like maybe it's not a perfect comparison. Actually, no. In a tiebreaker situation, we would prefer this value. This might add like a little buffer to that, but and it's the same result, okay. And then if we were to invert them, just want to make sure, have some validation that we're affecting things. Yeah, and then all of a sudden we have the fog again. Let's make this maximized so you guys can see better. Is there an IOC container managing lifetime of objects where you are developing all the code in the same place? What do you mean IOC container? Like I have a repository, but I'm not sure what you mean. When you say container, I'm thinking of like stuff like Docker and whatnot, which I'm definitely not using. I should probably learn some more stuff about that kind of thing, though. Fog times ignore coefficient. So let me add a little buffer here so that this edges out. Just like to break any potential tiebreaker situations. Oh, this is always going to be the case, though. Also, I'm wondering, did I make this? Let's actually look at the normal camera just to. So this is going to be rendering everything. I know that for a fact. And the culling mask is everything. So okay, no, I think we were right on the money with what we thought before, which was to not have it be inverted. So I'm gonna uninvert this and just keep the bit shift as it were. Yeah, and then I think what I'm gonna do is just because I want to get the actual normalized values, I'm gonna start testing this by drawing. Ooh, we can do this composite thing of like comparing, having the depth of this be on one channel and then the depth of the other one, the ignored depth be on like another color channel, so you can see how they're interacting with each other. That would actually be pretty fun. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. This case would be 0.5. I don't think there's any real negative consequences for overflow alpha. Hey, dude, it's been a while. It's good to see you. And what's up, Max Cubing as well? Yeah, I'm sorry, Gulci. I sadly cannot understand. I'd like to. I would like to understand you. Good to see you guys, though. It's been a while. Alright, come on. Start up again. Start up again. Cook, baby, cook. Oh, look at this. This looks so wild. And that's just a black hole. So what's going on here? Why are you why are you just dark? Because I'm understanding this, RG, so the depth value for I'm doing some debugging for a game. I'm trying to change how we do fog rendering, specifically to ignore objects while ignore fog for certain types of game objects. So like this door, I'd like it to be not affected by that. So this is interesting. Everything is green. Let me actually change a shade or two. We're gonna try a couple of different permutations of this. So there's gonna be one with just a depth map. We already know how that's working though. We're gonna do the ignore depth instead. And this should just interesting. So this is not this door, there's nothing else that's being affected by that. So that's weird. This is so weird, dude. Game design, more like implementation of documentaries about the beginning of the internet age. I mean, we're not really living it. Maybe through the peripherals, but not really living it as the founders did, as ye olden people did. We're not really doing Unix. I mean, we're using Linux, which is like POSIX compliant, and it's it's very much inspired by Unix and what it afforded. But or GNU Linux. So let's be accurate. GNU Linux. Equals. Yeah, I did a dumb in this guy here. Yeah, so you have to do 1 bit shifted to the left, 13 bits, and that'll be the layer. Actually, is it just a number? Do I just assign the number? I think I just assigned the number. Either way, so like there's a weird thing where like everything is white because it's far away. Actually, let me look at the depth map, because maybe the way I'm thinking about this stuff is wrong as well. Like maybe I'm just wrong on all sorts of things. So let me also make this ignore depth. And then we're gonna make this just be depth. I was a fool to have deleted the other thing. Okay. So we're gonna look at just your regular old depth map that we have here. And then we're gonna look at the ignore depth map. And then we're gonna see what might be the issue here. This programming, no Windows is best. Yeah, no Windows. Yeah, Linux is best until it breaks. Yeah, it is. I've been struggling with that lately, dude. Google Translate says, I'm deleting you, I'm saying something to you. Ah, that's very odd. Also is good. Calvin Hobbies, good to see ya. Always good to see some familiar faces here. Come on. Okay, so this should be the depth map only. And I'm just gonna look at the value that we get from this. So, okay. So I'm kind of wrong about something. So further away objects become more... Do I invert this at all? No, I don't. It's all normalized. Linear 0 to 1 depth. So the bigger the value, the further away it is. So I had it backwards, actually, with our depth map. So that's one crucial thing I have neglected. So one step here is actually we render the fog if our depth map, if our ignored depth map is bigger and further away than the depth. So we only do it in those situations. Interesting. That's actually very illuminating. That explains a lot of the weird stuff that we encountered. And now everything's gonna be white except for the door. And if we get closer to the door, so here's a weird thing. The door isn't becoming, it just, oh, I guess because it's okay, yeah. Actually, no, I don't. Oh, that's wrinkling my brain, dude. Because you saw how the depth map looked. Everything very close to you is dark. Everything further away is white. That one, it was like, oh, I wonder if it's doing some normalization on the depth map between like the nearest and furthest hit. Oh, brother. Oh, that would suck. That would genuinely actually suck. Oh, brother. How does Linux breaks? It's easily. Just doing something mundane. Every time I start, like I have to like reconfigure my tablet because it doesn't work and it has like the wrong settings, and I could probably, and if you move devices around, it's not going to be smart enough to understand and fix those things. You know, I have to like have a bunch of custom, like if I have to go to my i3 config right now, you'll see that I have to have all these specifiers for how my CRT should be rendered and which output and the scale and like what direction it should be at, because it doesn't do that normally. It applies something else, and like you have to manage a lot of things, but that doesn't break really very often. But like there's just weird things that happen, you know. Sometimes I do stuff in Unity and just something weird happens. Sometimes I'm using something I like, not an app, but a program that I use frequently and it doesn't work. Getting DaVinci to work has been kind of a pain, but despite all that, I've actually way more prefer this than Windows. What are you using, Cozy Cabin? I'm using i3. I'm using Ubuntu. Sometimes for no reason, even Debian on NVIDIA video cards. Yep. Even the distros that are supposed to be super easy to work with these graphics cards, it's still just odd. And let me find this tree. There's like one tree, I believe you're the one that has this fog ignore component. I'm gonna make you have the fog ignore thing. I should have had it before, but for almost everything that doesn't require creative work, it could be. I hope it becomes better for that kind of thing. If I can get DaVinci Resolve working good on it without having to use Rocky OS, I think that's a victory right there. I think it's coming slightly gray, but not as much as the environment. This is very weird, dude. This is weird. I don't know why this is it's not doing the thing. Like, let me try falling off the world map. I want to get significantly far away. Can I not fall off the world map? I just want to get some distance because I want to see these guys if they do the gray thing. Okay, we're gonna do something. We're gonna blend between the values. We're gonna lerp between them because it's getting very disorienting for me. So we're gonna do this. Return this. Lerp. And then 0.5. So we can see kind of a blend of both things. You can see how like the normal depth map is working, and then you see how like this other one is. It's like it should be this value, but it's not. It's not. It simply just isn't. And that's weird. And that kind of breaks how we do this whole comparison business, which is kind of important for what we're trying to do here. I gotta say, I can make a whole game in this. I think it looks so cool how just using a depth map and playing around with this. However, this is strange. And my hunch would be that maybe I set up the render texture or the stuff differently compared to the other one. I don't feel like I did. I feel like I did everything very similar. The same near clipping plane from the original camera. The same affine identity matrix. The only thing that's different is the culling mask. Fog ignore depth texture mode is using depth. That's correct. The same render texture using depth and linear. Same settings. Depth camera, texture mode, depth camera, target texture, all the same stuff. We set the global texture the same ways. Like, honestly, it feels very similar. It feels very, very similar because it's like exactly the same. And the only thing, we set the target texture, but that's about it for the debug drawing. How are you and your cabin? We're doing well. Timurka. Hey, it's good to see you. I recall you from the other stream. Sometimes I wonder if our perspective of the world, like yours, is just a pattern. I mean, it's all kind of embedded in the same kind of schema. There's connections between all this kind of stuff mentally. I'm 10. I wish I had these coding skills. You can get it, dude. I started programming when I was 10, and I was really like bad for a long time, and that's fine, dude. That's how you get good eventually. You can do it, dude. Because my channel will be based on my hobbies. Well, I haven't done a video though, and based on Calvin Hobbes because my name is Calvin. Got you. Oh, so you're playing on Calvin Hobbes? Or Hobbes? My bad. Where are my amigas? That's goofy. Where's my PIDs at, dude? My fellow IBM enjoyers. Yeah, I haven't really changed code here. And if I look at the data in our camera for the fog ignore, it's weird. It's like the same cameras, same everything. The only thing that's changed is the culling mask. Yeah, literally just the culling mask. Only difference. So we find ourselves with a new mystery, guys. A new Scooby-Doo kind of mystery. One's culling mask is everything. The other one is fog ignore. If I include like default, then all of a sudden it fixes things. Does it actually? Does it actually fix things? If I step up closer, am I gonna see? If I go far away? Oh, let me actually. Okay, so it's actually subject. So I guess the depth map is subject to. Oh, that sucks, dude. That sucks. Okay, there's gotta be. Hopefully, there's a way to do like. I'd rather Google this. Or maybe we save this for next time because the mix ended. It's like 3 hours for now, so I gotta get up early in the morning. So let me just Google something before I try going to sleep. Unity set normal map or not normal depth buffer. I don't know, bounds. Yeah, I'm not sure how to describe this. I feel like it's normalized in different ways. It's never as simple as you think it is. It's never as simple. There's some assumption that gets broken and you're just like, oh my goodness. How's the progress on the volumetric lighting, like laser beam in a fog? I haven't touched that. I actually decided to leave it because there's another volumetric thing or not volumetric, another fog thing I'm trying to fix here, which is the ability to have certain objects ignore fog, which is what we're trying to fix. The first time I developed a program and I faced a problem in the database, I stayed for a week trying to solve the problem, and then I discovered that I forgot a point. Oh my goodness, that's the worst. That's the thing. It's always something simple. Like even getting something to draw today on stream was like we were busting our heads only to realize that we just needed a graphics.execute command buffer. Like that's literally all we needed to do the thing. All this futzing around and trying all these different possibilities. You just needed a freaking a single line of code. It's crazy. You know what though? No, I don't think that's it. Unless no, the shader should be doing everything the same. It's sampling my depth, it's sampling fog ignore, it's using I.UV. That should be fine. I'm not using XY. It's not going to change anything. It's a float 2 anyways. Linear 0.1 depth, raw depth, and we're doing linear 0.1 depth for the ignore fog. Maybe, actually, this linear 0.1 thing is probably where the normalization's happening. Maybe for this comparison. So we're going to comment this out. We can use, maybe I'm hoping these two things, the raw is going to be not normalized. So we can actually have good values. I think that might be it. I think that actually might be it. Let's hope that that is, and that life is good. Life is always good. But we're hoping that life is even better. Because now instead of comparing this, we're going to do ignore fog versus raw depth, which I should probably change the name of these variables, but whatever. And remember how we talked about how like closer or further away let's see if this just works. I'm hoping this just works. Yes, I think it is. I might be crazy, but I think this is actually working. We're far away, but that's not being affected by the fog, but the fog is here. Oh, we did it, guys. We did it. So this is not before, that would be affected by the fog, but now it's not. And if we go over here, it's not. Let's go. So it's occluded by the wall. It's not being overdrawn. Yes. Heck yes. We did it, dude. So let me just compare and contrast this for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about. Before, we didn't do this at all. Let's just set this to 1. So the further away I'd get, the door would become invisible. So if you're exploring this hub world and, you know, just kind of looking for doors and there's heavy fog, you might miss a door. You might not even notice it. But by reintroducing this line of code, I said by reintroducing this, yep, there we go. We get this. The thing I don't like is the skybox is disappearing. That's a problem, actually. I just realized that it's not covering that case. So we have to do something about that. But that's fine. We can live with it. We can live with that. Maybe set like a threshold, or if the draw distance is too far away, like, I don't know. You can add conditions to this. In fact, I don't know. Ignore fog is greater than like 1,000. or is less. If ignore fog is further away, let's see if that solves anything. Restoring a high precision float here. Oh, and less than 1,000, let's say. Or 100. And that's gonna be a less than operation. But we did it, dude. We have it working. For the most part. I don't know, we're gonna have to figure something out for the skybox thing. That's an easy thing, I think, to do. More problems, yeah, always more problems, dude. 2.5D, 3D, yeah, that's exactly the plan here we have going on. That's exactly what we got. It's already starting to feel like a town, dude. Just with the white boxing. I need to start making some assets. I have some ideas. And we can start placing some more levels around here. And then I think we're gonna be stupid and maybe try tackling the volumetric lighting next stream. I don't know, we'll see. I feel we're putting so much effort into making this game look good. It would kind of suck to just stop here, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel it would be good to just get good, dude. Like, to get good, man. Oh, I guess if it's white, like if we do the normalized value, yeah, and yeah. Okay, I got this. And ignore fog. Ignore depth, because that's a normalized fog value. So it's going to normalize it. One is going to be the absolute furthest away, and then darker values are going to be like close to 0. So as long as if the ignore fog is greater than the actual depth, and or, oh no, this is supposed to be an OR operation. Or ignore depth equals 1. There we go. Now we have the fog of the entire world. Perfect. Perfect, dude. Now we have the environment. Now we have the ambiance we're looking for. The best of both worlds, ignoring stuff. It's like now that pillar, I have the ignore fog thing set to it too. So it's not going to be affected by fog. So that also sticks out. Beautiful, dude. Guys, we did it. We did the thing. I didn't make like this not as jarring. We did it, dude. We have like a way better looking game. We can start cleaning up, or at least it'll be better for like UX, because now people are not going to be like losing doors. You can see doors a mile away, dude. Heck, I could even make it like overdrawn, but yeah. This looks so freaking good, dude. All right, let me catch up in chat before we end for the night. Are you using, out of curiosity, I'm getting into PC building. I'm using a, let's do NV top, a NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5060. That is what I'm using. An Asus TUF one. I am back. Welcome back, Evan Frazen. What's that red square in the top left? Is it a debug thing? Yeah, I was using for debugging. I'm going to get rid of it. No vibe coding? You caveman? Nah, man. I'm trying to get good. I'm trying to get good, and we're going to do things the hard way. But I think it's good for the bones. A little trauma is good for the bones. Once you have a town assets, we can sit on the bench and chill. Yeah, Kieran, that's what I'm talking on. And Kieran, you asked about this. You're talking. Remember when I was in Puerto Rico and you sent in the Discord if I ever thought about online networking, and that was the same picture I sent you. That was like I told you for some reason that same day you asked me that question, the day before or the night before or whatever, or that morning. I was like looking at this town and I posted in the Discord. I have the image somewhere here. And I was like, oh my goodness, there's something really special about having places where people can convene and interact and like have some kind of emergent culture. And having like a connecting place for people like all over to do various things together. Like I think it's part of that whole idea with third place. But yeah, I remember Kieran, and I really want to try pushing for online networking. Actually, like I'm thinking more and more I want to try doing it, but I'm trying to think mechanically as a designer how to make online networking make sense in this type of game. 4060 Ti, hey, not bad. Make the doors not so bright. No, I want it to be annoying. Like I don't want people. I'd rather deal with it being jarring as long as people recognize, hey, there's a thing there. I'm not gonna accidentally miss it. But I'm probably gonna make the fog not as intense, just so that it's not as jarring, and people can see more of the environment. But I just want to avoid cases where people miss things. Is it Unity? Yeah, I'm using Unity around the same time, kind of. I try not to be too late, but yeah, usually I kind of stream around this time, or start streaming around this time and end around this time. It's a little experience, but it's okay card. Hey, don't dog it. That's a great card, dude. That's a great card, Calvin. 4060. Dude, for the longest time I've been using a 2016. It's perfectly fine, and I know people who are still using like 900 series stuff or a little below that, and who are still able to do a lot of cool things. Great games were made with low like hardware like that. Low, quote unquote. I'm waiting for that picture to become reality and play the game. Yeah, it's slowly coming there. I mean, you saw in the previous streams how like we have the benches. Let me get rid of this UI. It's just a distraction. Let me get rid of this. We don't need it anymore. We've outgrown it. But yeah, it's starting to come, and like having this character, I put the boss here just as like a maybe fighting or just to demonstrate something, but there's like, it's kind of, even having him makes it feel like, hey, this is a place and people are here. And having the chairs here and all that kind of stuff. Like we're gonna put the benches, it'll be great. We have the lights here kind of illuminating things. And then we have a little town, and my goodness, dude. I'm excited, dude. I'm so excited with this game. Is it wild? Nah, man, it's the future. I need a dual monitor setup. When I stream, I'm going to need a monitor like yours so I can see the chat. Yeah, no, this is purely for dealing with chat, and like as much as I like this monitor, putting a lot of stuff on the screen, like you gotta use a normal monitor to like easily monitor this stuff. I think Roblox is a good resource for understanding the multiplayer experience, for a multiplayer network. I guess for design, definitely. I should probably take a look at that. I should play with my niece more. Maybe I should play Roblox on stream. Guys, should I play Roblox on stream? Should I become a Roblox game player? No, it's kind of reprehensible what Roblox does, though. Or at least, I don't know, at least from what I saw before. You are expert of lightings. I have to say that. Thank you, Kieran. But I'm not good enough. I'm still not good enough. There's so much I have to learn, dude, and do. And this is for non-photorealistic. Imagine when we start trying to do something more photorealistic. That's going to be a learning experience. It's already looking interesting. Thank you. The idea of The Last of Us was released on PS3 sometime haunts me. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, dude. There's this guy. I think he's called Threat Interactive, I believe. Let me find him. This could be like a screen shaver, dude. Where is he? Did I close? Oh, it's here. Oh, by the way, guys, for any people who are new here, we have a Discord. It's in the video description, I believe. So if you want to join and if you want to see game updates, that's the place to go. And also, hello, Electric, I believe you joined. But yeah, there's a guy named Threat Interactive on YouTube. I love watching his videos. Love watching his videos. It's like both kind of very informative, but also like it satisfies that old man part of my brain that's like everything is crap nowadays and everything's going to the pooper. And he makes like videos talking about why, like, deconstructing certain modern games and their rendering techniques and everything, and why it sucks and why it's bad and why we did it better. Why Tony Stark did this in a cave with a box of scraps, and why now with a full laboratory we're failing to do even some basic stuff. Yeah, he rails against Unreal Engine 5 especially because it's the most widely thing used, which kind of sucks. There's some nice game engines that companies stopped using in favor of using Unreal, which I'm like, that sucks. Now it's gonna have that Unreal feel, and yeah, it's whatever. Sounds idiotic. I mean, I enjoy it. I am a man who's partial to idiotic things on occasion. I feel Unreal 5 needs more love. My whole life has been me. My whole life has been me just dogging Unreal. I have a friend who's been trying to convince me to go to Unreal, like switch to Unreal, and he's giving me resources and stuff. I'm like, I just want to be lean. Like for the types of games, like I don't really need most of the features that Unreal has, and I like having freedom to architect things the way I want to, and then if I switch, it's gonna be to my own engine. And he's pretty cool. He used to have a Mirror for networking, but just basic solution. Yeah, I know I've heard of Mirror. There's been other stuff I've been looking into. I'm also just thinking about making my own like network solution, but that sounds like ass. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think how I want to go about it. And then like there's not only like network solutions on the client side for the game, but there's also like things because like Steam has stuff, but if I do networking, I want this to be in a way that's not dependent on third-party applications, or at the very least, or third-party entities. Or at the very least, like the game, you can still enjoy multiplayer by like people self-hosting and port forwarding and doing all that kind of stuff. So that even if like, let's say the end of the world happens, Steam's gone, but people still have their PCs and there's still network infrastructure, then like, you know, they can still play games with each other. Dirtiest young bro. I'll follow him. I'm 30 now. I think I'm an old man. No, I'm right behind you, Net. I'm right behind you, Net segment. Or concept arts, locations, environments in the game. Yeah, I do. We have I did a little basic planning here of like just the overlay. I've done more involved sketches for like UI and stuff. This is a very empty scratch pad that I have, but we'll be M ideas, I guess we'll just call it that. But anyways, guys, I think that's everything for today. I think we did everything we wanted to do this stream, and I went a little bit longer than intended, but it's okay. 20 minutes over is not that bad. Anyways, guys, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the company. Thank you for being patient while I debugged stuff. But hey, we finally made some progress. We got some big breakthroughs. I'm very happy with it, so I appreciate it. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your company. And as always, stay cozy. Until next time.